Good evening. It's March 13th. The Shenandoah County School Board meeting we called to order. We're going to begin in closed session. Can I have a recommendation for meeting in closed session?
Tom's not here.
Acknowledge Mr. Street's absence.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. Tom Street is not here. He's on his way. Estimated time of arrival is 5:10. So we'll talk about the categories for the closed session, and then moved into closed session. When he comes here, we'll just pick him up from that point. Cheryl will log him in when he gets here. And I've asked Dr. Shepherd if she'll kind of rearrange the topic so that the first one won't be as, let's say, momentous as the other ones. So, okay. Dr. Shepherd.
Yes, thank you. I recommend that the Shenandoah County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and to discuss scholastic records involving the discussion or consideration of admission or disciplinary matters concerning any student of any state school system under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2 and pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A8 to consult with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel to discuss a specific personnel matter, and under the provisions of Virginia Code 2.2-3711A29 to discuss the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offers, and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body.
Thank you, Dr. Shepherd. Do we have a motion to that effect?
I move that the Shenandoah County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and to discuss scholastic records involving the discussion or consideration of admission or disciplinary matters concerning any student of any state school system under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2 and pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A8 to consult with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters involving the provision of legal advice by such counsel, to discuss a specific personnel matter, and under the provisions of Virginia Code 2.2-3711A29 to discuss the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds including interviews of bidders or offerers, and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body.
Thank you, Mr. Gottschall, for that motion. Any second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Rickard. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed? 5-0. We will reconvene in closed session. All right, it is 6:30. Wish we had been out earlier, but we're doing some important business, so thank you for being patient. And thank you for coming here this evening. So we're going to reconvene an open session now. As I said, at 6:30. This is our March 13th Shenandoah County School Board meeting. And so we would like to...
Sorry.
So I'd like to have a motion to reconvene an open session.
Move to reconvene an open session.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. Second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Carlinio. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Therefore, I'm going to read the following statement about our closed session, and then we'll move on. The Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies. And only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member responds, I so certify when called. And Cheryl, are you going to call the roll call for us? Thank you.
Mr. Street,
I so certify.
Ms. Carlinio,
I so certify.
Mr. Gutschall,
I so certify.
Mr. Vance,
I so certify.
Mr. Ripper,
I so certify.
and Mr. Bartlett.
I so certify. Now we're going to have the invocation and the pledge. Mrs. Carminio?
Thank you very much, and I would like to invite Pastor Dale Bowers to do the invocation for us today. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all for the willingness and even your eagerness to serve the students and the citizens of Shenandoah County in this capacity. I'm sure that it's a thankless job at times, but we thank you for that. I would invite you to pray with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come before the throne of our God, our Lord. Lord, we just ask that as this meeting convenes this evening, Lord, that you would be with the church, the school board members, Lord, that they would seek your face, Lord, that they would seek your wisdom, Lord, that they would make the hard decisions, Lord, that sometimes need to be made. Lord, we ask that you would bless them. We ask that you would bless their service, bless their families as well. Lord, we pray that you would bless those students of Shenandoah County, Lord. Lord, only you know those, the capacity and so forth of the students of Shenandoah County and the potential, Lord, that are in these students. Lord, we thank you for the teachers and the administrators and also, Lord, the custodians and the cooks and all those, Lord, that make good education in Shenandoah County possible. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to meet this evening in freedom. Lord, we thank you for this great country in which we serve. Lord, we thank you for the ability, the opportunity to make our own choices as far as schools go here and education goes here in Shenandoah County. Lord, we ask your blessings on this meeting here this evening. For in Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Now join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as it has been presented?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. Second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Carminio. All those in favor of approving the agenda as it has been presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed? And that brings us to this wonderful time of the evening for recognition. So, Dr. Shepherd, lead us through this.
Thank you. Shenandoah County Public Schools students from Strasburg, Central, Stonewall Jackson High Schools, Signal Knob, Peter Muhlenberg, and North Fork Middle Schools auditioned and were selected to perform in the All-District 14 Choir, Orchestra, and Band. Tonight I would like to recognize Miss Wendy Whitford, North Fork Band and Orchestra, Andre Stutzman from Stonewall Jackson, Chorus Director, Josephine Gardner, Peter Muhlenberg, Orchestra and Chorus Teacher, Matt Morosco, Peter Muhlenberg Band, Guitar and Music Teacher, Rebecca Cooper, Central Choir Director, Ashley Spencer, Signal Knob Orchestra Teacher, Chris Zuba, Signal Knob Middle School Teacher, and regrets from Kylie Robinson, who cannot attend due to practicing for the Strasburg High School musical Fiddler on the Roof, which will be held this weekend. She wanted me to give a plug for everyone here to go see the Fiddler on the Roof. So if those band and chorus and orchestra teachers will come up so you can introduce or talk about your students, please.
Good evening. I guess I'm elected to speak. So on behalf of the teachers of Shenandoah County Music, we are very thankful for this opportunity and also that you're recognizing our students who have achieved this great thing. I did have 2 students from Central High School who wanted to share with you more about their experience. So I'd like to call forth Anna Rittenauer and Grayson Windsor.
Good evening, Dr. Shepard, Mr. Chair, and members of the board. My name is Anna Rittenauer, and I am a sophomore at Central High School. I speak on behalf of us all when I say that we are very proud to have represented Shenandoah County Public Schools at the District 14 Honor Choirs this February. This event is an opportunity for young musicians to learn new music, meet new people, and work with guest conductors. It all began back in November when each of us submitted our auditions. Each audition consisted of a prepared piece as well as a sight reading piece, which is 4 measures of music that we are given 30 seconds to look at before performing. Out of 286 auditionees throughout the district, only 10 people from each voice part per choir are selected to attend the 2-day event. Unfortunately, out of an abundance of caution, our concert was canceled this year due to inclement weather. But we didn't see this as a major blow, but rather a reason to work harder, and we recorded our entire concert on day 1. Although it was not the original plan, we all made the most of our time working amongst the best young musicians in our great district. We would like to sincerely thank the school system for generously funding our involvement and supporting our involvement in this event. We would also like to thank you for allowing the morning choir and band classes to meet before school every morning. Without this opportunity, many of us would not be standing here before you today. Each of us had an amazing experience at the District 14 Choir this year, and we can't wait to audition again next year. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. I am Grayson Windsor, a freshman from Central High School. District Choir is a memorable experience that celebrates the talented singers who audition to make it to the event. This is important to me because it allows me to audition and know what my true talent is and what I should work on. I have been to District Choir twice before in middle school, and it was a very memorable experience. Getting to see and perform in a real auditorium and see where I am going to be performing. The high school experience is so much more fun. The memories I made this year at District Choir, while cut short, are always going to be my favorite. I will always remember the bus rides always being fun. Then getting to meet new people when I walk into my practice room. We then meet our director and get started. Getting to sing with some of the best singers in the district is just like my favorite. I really think that this event is good for our program because it allows all of our singers to get a taste of what it's like to be in a more experienced choir. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for everything you do for our community. I'm Ashley Spencer, Orchestra Director at Signal Knob Middle School, and I can attest to the amazing experience that these students had at All District. We are incredibly proud of the accomplishments of our talented Strasburg musicians, especially our aspiring middle school performers this evening. They had the opportunity to prepare a piece and also experience a live audition. which is unique to this particular opportunity, and also had the opportunity to perform as part of being accepted on a professional auditorium stage. With March being Music in Our Schools Month, we'd like to thank our amazing community for their support and look forward to the continued growth and development of our performing arts programs and facilities in Shenandoah County. Bravo, students, and thank you again. Thank you.
Dr. Shepard and school board, thank you again for having us. And I'll keep it brief because I think that we would all share a lot of the same sentiments that were shared already. But I have the pleasure of representing Stonewall Jackson High School students and North Fork Middle School students. And I will reiterate that I think district choir and district events in general are a huge boon to our students. Partially as they get to experience that audition experience and go through something that's a little bit difficult or a little bit challenging for them to make it into. And then also get an experience where they can share with other musicians who've gone through that a little bit of a challenge to make it there, and really it takes their musicianship to the next level. So thank you all again for continuing to support music in our schools and for the continued support of this event. Thank you.
So if all of the students will come forward, we're going to try this. I don't know how successful we'll be, but to get a picture right here in this space. Yeah. Mr. Trudgeon and the advisors.
Here, we are the advisors.
I feel like advisor.
I'll spit out. Just spit out. I don't think we're going to spit it. I don't know how they're going to spit it.
I don't know. I'm gonna.
See if you get in the front.
Oh, can I hold up? Can I hold up Aurora like she's Simba?
Yeah, just come up. Yeah, just kind of come in. I think he's going to go way far to the back.
I can't. I literally can't.
So we're going to up here. There we go.
Oh, we're just placing the school board. Thanks.
They don't want to be in our picture. Is he going to fit it? Yeah, Adela, you need to go up there.
Look at me for a second. Count of three. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Jeez. Awesome.
Stay still for just a minute. I see all kinds of cameras. Congratulations so much, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna make
Hey, it's good to see you. Take care.
Keep trying to.
Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
We're going to continue. The time has come for school board public comments. And so we have provided a sign-in sheet for you, and we have 7 folks signed up. So let me give you a little bit about how we conduct this, and then we'll get started on hearing your comments to us. The Shenandoah County School Board welcomes public comment from Shenandoah County residents, parents, or guardians, as well as from current students and employees of Shenandoah County Public Schools. School board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting or hearing. Each speaker may speak up to 3 minutes. The board generally allows up to 30 minutes for public comments. We should have no problem with that tonight. On agenda and non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. All comments should address a matter related to Shenandoah County Public Schools. Complaints regarding division employees should be directed to the school principal or an appropriate school division official. The school board expects that each speaker will be courteous, modeling for our students how one can respectfully disagree with other views. Speakers will address their comments to the entire school board and not to one individual school board member, to the superintendent, to a staff member, nor to the audience, as speakers will not engage in personal attacks. Speakers will sign up in the order in which they have sign up sheet and have ascertained that the speakers are indeed in here today as their role as stakeholders in our county. So with that having been stated, I'm going to ask Linda Thomas Fowler if she would take to the microphone.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you for your vote last month on not passing the amendment to the policy on dignity, privacy, and respect for all Shenandoah County students. Passing that change would have gutted the intent of that policy, so thank you for not passing it. Now I'd like to speak about policy INB on teaching about controversial issues. I have 2 recommendations here. One is I do support the idea of the change that you have proposed, but I do think you should add teachers to that list of the people who are listed on there. Most do not have any contact with students, and teachers are the most likely person that a student's going to reach out to. I do think you should remove the change that you passed in December about prohibiting the teaching of gender identity. It serves no purpose. Thank you for your time and consideration, and again, thank you for your vote last month.
Patricia Botts.
Hi, thanks for having this public meeting so that people could come and tell you what they think. It says that we would have information, and as far as I can tell, nobody's given us any information. But I came in the door and read this thing, and it said that one of the policies you were going to modify was the issue of teaching about controversial issues. And so I asked Dr. Heimgarten, what are the controversial issues? And apparently it's something about the fad that the kids have going on where they're putting their bodies under the surgeon's knife to accomplish some fad that they've got. And to tell you the truth, when I went to school, we learned reading and English and history and religion and conscience and morals and things like that. But I don't remember, and I'm absolutely positive if I would that I would remember, that nobody did any teaching about anything medical that we might do with our bodies. And I just think fads that have to do with schools or what kind of pants the boys wear make a whole lot more sense, and I don't think the teachers ever mentioned them either. So, I want to tell you that, and I'm glad we have musicians, and I'm wondering about shop class. I know we used to have shop class because they used to let people go down to the shop in the wintertime and and use the machinery. And I've heard that we're not doing shop class anymore, which is really bad, because if that's true, we need mechanics. My husband was a mechanic, and I enjoyed going to the shop class and working on the planer joiner and learning how to use the tools. So if we're not doing shop class, I think we should. I just paid nearly $400 to someone come from Timberville and fix the switch on my stove in the kitchen. These are good jobs. We should encourage them. And basically that's it. I don't think the teachers should be involved in the medical issues for the children. I think that's things that they should talk about at home with their parents, not with their teachers. Thank you.
And Wine King?
Got some peeps with me, I didn't even know it was going to happen. Pleasant surprise. Just you two?
Wait, even own sister.
She might be a little shy. Let me get my glasses. School board members, Dr. Shepard, and the residents of Shenandoah County. I'm here tonight to be the voice for the 2,556 students that currently attend our 3 elementary schools here in the county, and all the staff that provide daily support for them. 2,556 students, which equates to 45% of our total student population. If they had the ability to drive and reach this microphone, I believe they would have been here tonight, and I got 4 of them. To tell you that we need you to make a crucial decision that will impact the future of our students and staff. In the Journey of Success document on page 11, the school division's 5th goal is to have high quality and adequate facilities and learning environments. Every day at Sandy Hook, you will see students receiving instruction in the cafeteria before lunch, or around tables and desks in our hallways throughout the building for a variety of instructional interventions and for one-to-one testing. Why is this happening? It's because we are simply out of space. Our active hallways are neither high quality nor adequate spaces for our students to learn. So if this is truly the goal of our district, there should be no question as to what needs to come first, a new elementary school. The safety concerns that were revealed in previous meetings were either missed or ignored by RRMM architects, who were paid over $300,000 for their facilities assessment that apparently didn't include air quality tests, and were done over the summer when our buildings were empty, which seems purposeful to achieve a desired outcome that would benefit their company. Why should any one of us trust their assessment and the future needs of our staff and students when several safety issues were overlooked to promote a $60 million project over a $41 million project? Houses are being built, hundreds are approved, and our schools are not prepared for the additional growth that is coming. The needs of our students, especially at the elementary level, are increasing every year, and the space needed to adequately meet those needs are no longer exist, at least at Sandy Hook. I have pamphlets here from Laurel Ridge Community College here for you to keep. Our schools have partnered with them for over a decade with dual enrollment programs. Has anyone reached out to them to see about a vocational dual enrollment partnership? A phone call may just save our taxpayers $60 million. For educational success of our student, I am asking for the members of the board to select option C for the prioritized long-term facilities plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Troutman.
I'll just hand it over.
Good evening. Just like last meeting, I have a lot to say, so I have to go fast, so let's just get to it. Sandy Hook is already over capacity. When 4 resource special education teachers are forced to share one room and still expected to provide specialized instruction, testing accommodations, IE classes, and behavioral and educational support to all of the students on their caseload, the school is already over capacity. When those same SPED teachers as well as support staff are forced to provide services to teach students, like for IE, in the cafeteria and hallway because there is nowhere else for them to go, the school is over capacity. Sandy Hook desperately needs more SPED staff in order to appropriately serve and support our SPED students. Even if the school were to hire another SPED teacher, there is nowhere for them to serve the students. The school is already over capacity. There are 4 reading specialist positions, only 2 of which are filled this year, and those 2 are forced to share one room. If the other 2 reading specialist positions are filled next year, there is no other room to put them in. The school is already over capacity. There is talk about adding another preschool class. There are no empty classrooms. Where are they going to put them? The school is already over capacity. There are new houses being built in Strasburg as we speak. The families moving to those homes will have children that will have to attend school. How will the school accommodate all of the children that are moving in and will be attending Sandy Hook? The school is already over capacity. Sandy Hook no longer has a break room. Teachers and support staff spend a majority of their day in the classroom. They deserve a place where they can go to take a break during the day, store their lunch, and heat up their food. But there is no teacher break room. The school is over capacity. Certain staff have nowhere to eat for lunch. They often have to eat in the hallway. A lot of times, some staff don't even get a lunch break because they are pulled or have to provide coverage outside of their assigned daily tasks. The school is over capacity and understaffed. Instructional assistants have nowhere to put their personal belongings. They don't have a room. I've watched them have staff meetings in the hallway during instructional times because they have no room to go to. The school is over capacity. The staff don't have a workroom. There are boxes of paper, supplies, and resources in the hallway. There is a poster maker, cutting machine, and copier in the hallway because there is no room. The teachers don't have a workroom to use the machines and complete projects for their classrooms. The school is over capacity. On day-to-days, the meetings are held in the gate room. When those meetings occur, the gate students don't get pulled and worked with because their room is being used for a different purpose and there is nowhere else for them to go. This school is over capacity. The school is currently unable to appropriately serve our most vulnerable students due to lack of space and lack of staff. Our children deserve a school that is safe and accommodates all of our students and services, and all of their needs per regulations. Please do the right thing and give these students like these and our amazing teachers and support staff a new safe school that appropriately serves our current and future students. And when you do, please make sure the playgrounds are ADA compliant because the current playgrounds at Sandy Hook are not. Thank you.
Shane Waller.
Good evening, I'm Shane Waller. I have 2 children at Sandy Hook. I live in Strasburg. I have a 3rd one that'll be there shortly. First, I want to say thank you, kudos to everyone for tackling this issue of the capital improvements and the needed maintenance for the schools. Obviously, it's a difficult issue. It's a challenging issue, and thank you for shedding light on it and bringing it to everyone's attention and tackling it. One thing that I want to point out is what this budget does and these improvements do is it helps with something that we struggle with, which is teacher retention. We know that that's an issue. There's a high turnover rate at the schools. The county, arguably, the pay rate for the teachers lags a little bit, and then when you combine it with facilities that are maxed out, it provides just a really, it invites a poor work environment. As we heard, teachers are eating their lunches in the hallway. There's no teacher lounge. They're forced to have student interactions out in spaces that aren't the best and most conducive to learning. It makes it a difficult place, I'm sure, for the teachers. I'm not a teacher, but I can only imagine it makes it a more challenging place, a more challenging work environment. And so by providing these capital improvements, we're telling our teachers we want to support you. We're doing what we can. We're trying to make things better for not only our teachers, but also our students. The other thing I want to address is the budget does provide a modest cost of living adjustment for the teachers and is proposing a stipend for special ed teachers, because I know that in the hopes we will try to retain some more of those teachers because we have open positions that we're having a hard time filling. I want to applaud everyone for putting that in there. Make no mistake, our teachers don't get paid enough. They need to be paid more. But this at least demonstrates that there is a commitment to do what we can to pay them more. And so thank you for that. I hope that you will pass both the budget and the capital improvements plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Kara Morozic? Did better this time.
Yes, you did. My name is Kara Morozic. I also live in Strasburg. My spouse was speaking. I'm a parent to 2 children in the school, a kindergartner and a 2nd grader, and my daughter will be in school in a couple years. As I spoke before at the meeting, I have volunteered in the school. I've seen the commitment and the care that the teachers and the staff are providing to our students, and I applaud that, and they're doing a great job. I've also witnessed the impacts that the teachers and staff, and our students face due to the lagging major maintenance at Sandy Hook. And we can do better. We can do better for our students, and we can do better for the staff. With the school exceeding capacity and having exceeded capacity, this is an issue that needs to be addressed now. It's stretched to the max. I talked about this last time, but my kids get specials once a month, maybe twice. They're eating lunch in the morning. The drop-off and the pickup is just extremely dangerous at Sandy Hook. Many studies, and I was reading a bunch of studies today about this, but many studies on facility improvements, and also honestly just common sense tells us that improving the physical facilities of the school will help lead to increased attendance by our students. It will maximize teacher effectiveness. It will increase student engagement. It will also provide more opportunities for enrichment for our students. And most importantly, reduce the health and safety risks that are on a daily basis that are posed by this overcrowding. And so I thank you, board, for considering this issue. I encourage you to address this now and not push this into the future. And please vote in favor of prioritizing our elementary students' well-being and budget for these long overdue capital improvements to Sandy Hook. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby Gates.
Hi, I actually signed that paper not realizing I was signing up to talk. But as I sit there, I've decided that I've come to the mic. I am a new teacher here at Shenandoah County. I'm at Sandy Hook. I'm a special education teacher. I've been a special education teacher for 15 years in a private sector, and now I'm here and I am loving it. But I am not loving being a roommate again. I have had to share an office/classroom with 3 other coworkers, and we all have to pull out every day, multiple times. We have testing, small group testing, one-on-one testing, and I walk in to complete my lesson for the day, and the room's full. And so then now I have to scatter around trying to figure out how I was going to get my materials for my day and how I was going to get the kids to another place that might not be full. To conduct my lesson that day. So that has been stressful for us. The students, like I said, I'm working with the SPED students, so they're already a little bit hard to transition. So if I'm transitioning them to our classroom, finding that the classroom is full, now I'm having to go through and sit in a sunken stage with my children that suffer many days with ADHD. So you're trying to conduct a class, maybe even sight words with pictures, but they're like, oh, wait, oh, who's that? Hey! You know, it doesn't get, what do we get done? What kind of learning am I accomplishing at that point? So I, like I said, came in, signed that paper by accident, wasn't gonna talk, but then decided, I think I'm gonna jump on this because I am being affected. And the young woman that stood here, she doesn't work in the school as a teacher, but her and I have actually come face to face during one of those incidents. I walked in and she was subbing. I'm like, oh, you're a rock star, but this is my time. She's like, no, it's not. And so then we had to figure it out. I'm emotional, so I stood in the hall crying. I'm like, what am I gonna do? But we worked it out and we worked through it. But we shouldn't have to do that. We're a huge county. And I know we all love these guys, and I know that I love teaching, and I love showing up for those kids every day. But we need more room. We do. And she was saying we need more SPED students or teachers. Absolutely. Where are we going to go? I plan on coming back next year, and hopefully the year after that, and the year after that. My kids have gone to school here. You are my teacher for government. I went to school here, and I plan on sticking around. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the public comments. And so we're going to move into the consent agenda now. And so do I have a motion to approve the following consent agenda items, 3.1 through 3.9?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. A second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Street to approve the consent agenda as it's been presented. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Passes 6-0. And now we'll move into informational agenda and Southwest Food Excellence. Dr. Heingartner, you're going to kick this off?
Yes, Chairman Marlowe, members of the board, and Dr. Shepard, thank you for a chance to chat for a few minutes about our food service service that we entered into in 2022. And we have our whole team here in the back that I'm going to ask to come up here in just a few minutes, one of them to share some information. But I just wanted to say, you know, as we start into the fourth year of a 5-year potential contract, 1-year renewals, and this next year will be our 4th year. I felt it was important to kind of make sure that SFE had a chance to kind of show you who they are and what they've done for the school system and what some of the things that they're planning to do for the kids in the school system. So I'm going to ask Mr. Fred Ellis if he would please come up. I got to meet Fred a few years ago, and he's been a delight to work with from Southwest Food Excellence. So thank you very much for being here, Fred. And Lauren Mayer. Lauren is our here in the district, on-site manager. Fred travels, but Lauren is here every day overseeing the food service. So thank you all very much for being here and sharing some of the cool things that we got going in the food service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Heingartner. I'm trying to talk into this. So as you just said, my name is Fred Ellis. I'm the Senior Director of Operations for SFE. So I actually cover basically the east side of the state from the Mississippi River east. Virginia is one of my areas. We also have Tim Wilson, who's one of our district managers. He's in the Carolinas and Tennessee. And then I'll let Lauren, she's also got 2 of her on-site team here. I'll let her introduce them.
Good evening, Dr. Shepard and board members. I would like to introduce Jamie Tillman. She's with SFE and she's our Assistant General Manager here in Shenandoah County. And also Laura Poltz. She is the District Liaison, so she's our food service coordinating specialist for nutrition services. Sorry, we're still working out her title as we speak, but thank you for having us this evening.
So as Dr. Heingartner mentioned, a couple years back, we had the opportunity to come in and partner with the school district on the food service program. Prior to that, it was done in-house. But as most of you know, over the years, contract management and food service has become a big thing. And so the district, the division took a chance and said, hey, we're going to try this out and see what we can do. And I'm very proud to say I was part of that opening. Lauren was part. We worked side by side to make that happen. Everybody really embraced it, and that was a good thing. And we've seen the successes of being able to embrace that. So I'll talk a little bit about SFE as a company, and then we'll talk a little bit about the district specifically. We were founded in 2004, so we're just going into our 21st year. Our CEO is a chef. And the only thing we do is K-12 food service. We do not do hospitals or correctional facilities or any of those things. So we wake up every day and all we think about is how do we serve the students and how do we do it better. So our 4 pillars, food first, obviously with the CEO that's a chef, everything is focused around our food and what we provide. Customized programs. The reason that's really important for us is we're based out of Arizona. But the food that we serve in Arizona isn't the same thing we're going to serve here. And so when we look at our programs all across the country, we customize them to the geographic area to the demographic of the students to make sure that they're participating in our program because it's something that they want and that they desire. Innovation being in our DNA, that's something we have to continue to do. We have to continue to innovate, even from things not necessarily from a culinary standpoint, but how the students get their food, how the students are able to access different social media things within the food service program, such as our NutriSlice program, that lets them see different nutritional facts about the food that they're going to partake of. So all of those things we have to continue to innovate. And then the leadership. I know I'm very passionate. I've been doing this for 22 years, serving K-12 students, and I'm very passionate about it. And the team here that we have, that's why I want to make sure they were recognized, because that's where the work is really done, right? I consider myself overhead, but the ladies and gentlemen that are out in the cafeteria serving those students, they're very, very passionate about what they do, and that's why I enjoy this. So in the state of Virginia, we do have 3 districts, just so you understand, you're not alone out here. We have Spotsylvania, which we're going into our 2nd year there. This is our 1st year, we'll be starting our 2nd year there. And then Roanoke City Public Schools, which we actually partnered with at the same time. So that gives us an opportunity to kind of work with each other as we open these divisions here in Virginia. The Sign of Strong program, a successful program, is students eating. Right? And the reason I wanted to show this graph is if you go all the way back and you look at, I don't know, it's hard to see it, it's kind of an eye chart, but back in 17, 18, and even up through COVID, students were participating, but not at the level they are now. And that's how we judge our success. If we have more students coming in and eating breakfast, eating lunch, participating in the a la carte programs, snack programs, all of those things, that's how we can judge that success. And so we're seeing more and more students participate in the program. And I believe we served over 1 million meals.
Close.
Was it close? Got right there. We're trying to get over that million mark of meals. But that's a huge accomplishment for the students, because we know if they're getting a good nutritious meal, they're going to perform better in the classroom. And that's our goal, is to continue to get them to eat. Again, that's our promise. We want every student to be excited about eating at school. We've did new marketing and branding in the schools so that the students have a different feel, and it takes away from kind of that institutional cafeteria feel that you had. You know, I know when I was little, that's what it felt like. So we try to even take away from that. We do promotions, taste testing. I'll talk a little bit about those things as well. So I mentioned increased student participation. That's really about that customized program and focusing on the food, giving the students here exactly what they want so they will participate. We work with all of the staff here. They know what the students like to eat. And so they help Lauren and her team create those menus so that the students then again have a voice and that they're heard when it comes to what they get to have in the cafeteria. And then doing the taste testing events and special programs. Students are it's a little interesting. If you go into a cafeteria, a lot of times a student get, let's say, a slice of pizza. And they'll get that every day of the year if they can, right? Because they don't want to take, if that's their lunch for the day, they don't want to take a chance trying something different, right? Because if they don't like it, then what do? Right? But when we do these taste tests, that gives an opportunity to try something different. So they know when it comes on the menu that they'll be able to, oh yeah, I did try that, I like that. I'm going to have that today, and I'm going to move away from my pizza that I usually get, or something of that nature. So that's why we want to do that, to make sure that they're willing to try something different, as well as to ensure that, you know, again, they have a voice. And if it's something they don't like, we won't put it on the menu, as much as we may like it. But if they're not going to eat it, we don't want to put that on the menu. We increase the number of options over the years for students so that they have more choices in the cafeteria. We know that that's very important. Not everybody's going to like the same thing. Some students like salads, some students like pastas. So we've increased those options for them so that more students will participate and have more choices. I talked about the cafeteria signage. We did that in all the schools. Went in and refreshed in next year, but the following year when we go through this process again, we've got a lot of new marketing that we will bring into those schools and do something a little different to kind of change it up. And then continue to see that strong participation across the board and more students eating every day. Some of our different programs that we service outside of the classroom on the nutritional education side, our roving chef is a huge event. That's where one of our culinary experts come in. They get a group of students and they actually do some cooking with those students. And then those are things they can make, smoothies or different things that those students can then take home with those recipes to be able to try those things at home. They get a certificate that says they participated in it. They get a little chef hat to put on. So very, very neat for the students, and they really enjoy that. Our farmers market program, that's an opportunity to give students just some different fruits and vegetables that they haven't had an opportunity to maybe try. Things like dragon fruit, star fruit. Those aren't typically what they're going to have at home, right? They're going to have apples and oranges, bananas, etc. But being able to try some of those different things that they may not have. We're piloting some plant-based products for students that may be looking at having a vegetarian diet. So that's something that's new and innovative that we're bringing. And then just doing nutrition classes. And I talked again about the taste testing events and making sure the students have a chance to taste some of those items. This here is just a quick snapshot. I talked about the roving chef and some of those events. The thing you see there on the right with the strawberries, that's part of our harvest of the month. Every month we have a special fruit or vegetable that we highlight, the benefits of it, the health benefits, the nutrition, where it comes from, how it's served. So that gives students a little bit of educational engagement into the food service program. And then those are just our cadence for when we like to do things, have cafeteria and classroom education, our farmers markets, doing those annually, and then the roving chef events we like to do twice a year. Some of the things that we're planning on doing, or the team here is planning on doing as we move forward, partnering with the FFA program to start harvesting some local foods, and then utilizing those as part of those farmers markets and part of those roving chef events that we're doing. We're going to be doing another roving chef here coming up in April, so open invitation for you to come and see it. It really is a fun event, and the students get really engaged and enjoy that. So absolutely, we'll get that information to you. And then collaborating with the Triplet Tech to talk about a food truck program. That's one of those innovative things that we know food truck fairs and all of those things are happening. So if we have the opportunity to bring a food truck here to the county, we'd like to do that, not only to use at the school, but whether there's community events and different things where we would be able to do that. And we've got several of them. We've actually got one down in Roanoke City Public Schools right now that we use in a lot of different locations. And it's customized for the school district so that they, it's not an SFE food truck. It has, it's got the Star City Eats and the big Roanoke Star on the side of it and everything. So it's part of the community down there. Then, a picture says 1,000 words, right? But these are just some of the pictures from around the division. There's the pizzas that they make, some different parfaits and fruit cups, the team that we have out in the schools, some Halloween decor down there in the center. So just a chance to see some of the stuff that's happening out there. Some different fruits and vegetables, our Power Pack program that we do. So just super excited that we've got this partnership. I think as we continue to move forward, we'll continue to work with Dr. Heingartner on things that we can continue to do to make the program even more successful. Oh yeah, those are the little signs that they make. They love the cafeteria workers. I'm open to any questions that you may have.
So I think those of us who have seen this come from the beginning are delighted with the way it has taken root. That having been said, there's always room for improvement. We take special delight in our agricultural base here in Shenandoah County. And so as much as we can, redouble our efforts to work with FFA to double our pleasure and double our fun. That's good. I think the new push in Make America Healthy Again is a good concept. It's tough for you guys to make sure everything is palatable and savory for the kids at the same time to challenge better nutrition habits and so forth. And it's a tough nut to crack, because I'm not asking you to serve unsavory food, but I think any progress we can make in improving that kind of balanced nutrition and selling it with your posters or with the chef visits or whatever, I personally would invite you to do so. I mean, it'll be leaning forward a little bit more, taking a few more chances or whatever, but I think the payoff for our kids would be worth it, and we would understand, I think, if you were to, have a little, trying to decide exactly where that break-even point between the kid who eats the pizza every day and trying to inculcate a little bit more nutritional discipline, understanding, or whatever with the kids would be great. So, very delighted with what has happened, but it's a brave new world, and we have to keep kind of improving on it. So thank you for the presentation.
I have a question. So you mentioned that you do the health fairs and the Get Fit with SFE and the nutrition classes. Are you doing that currently already here in Shenandoah County, or is that something that we could see coming over? Because one of the things that I'm concerned about, we do a lot of the mental health and the children, and we understand that a lot of it has to do with the kids are not eating the right things, or the kids are not exercising enough. So I think one of the things that I would like to see more is doing that outreach to the kids, even from a very young age, that we teach them, what's nutritional, and also, how to get fit and what, staying active at all times. So is that something that we're doing already, or is that something that we're gonna see coming?
Coming. That is something that is a work in progress that you will see coming.
Okay.
So that's kind of something, it's fairly new to SFE to Get Fit.
You keep it, is it gonna be like an app, or?
So it'd be like nutrition education that we can actually go into the classroom and do and talk about. Most of the stuff that we've been doing is stuff that you see more in the cafeteria, like with the harvest of the month and how strawberries benefit you or certain things like that. But moving more into the classroom. One of the downfalls, as I said, is we don't have a registered dietitian on staff. We have regional ones, but we don't have one on staff. A lot of our school districts have them on staff, so you can execute a lot more of those, nutrition education type things in the classroom. But I'll work with Lauren. We've got some down in some of our other locations in Virginia. I'll make sure we work with Lauren to get them up here for some support in that area.
That would be great. So if you can keep me posted, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Keep us posted.
I've heard issues. I know your audience is picky. But of course, our school lunches are spread out because of the number of students in the school. And we may start the day with 2 or 3 different options, but as it gets later in the day, those later classes, it's been reported to us that there may only be one option by the time they make it to the cafeteria. Is there anything we can do to improve that without wasting a lot of food?
Yeah, and that's the tricky part, is to ensure that you don't waste, but we would definitely work on that. If there's some specific locations where you're hearing that's happening, just let us know. And that's something we'll absolutely address. I want every student to have every choice, and I know that means that we're gonna have a little bit of waste, but that's a sacrifice that I and our company are willing to make just to ensure the students get that choice. If we have choices in the same, and the student doesn't get it, then it's not working for what we want. So absolutely, just letting us know is enough, and we'll be able to work through that with those different locations.
Great, thank you.
This is definitely a topic I'm interested in when it comes to food. And I think you have a big challenge, because back when I went through school, it's kind of more or less on the average. You would eat what was put in front of you. And I was that person that, they would, if Tara Myers or Heidi Pryor didn't want the peas, they just pass it down to me. It just automatically came my way. So, but I kind of feel, today I see it more, it's probably more of a challenge, and I'd like to with my job position, my personal job has shifted a little bit, and it gives me the opportunity to be available during the day. So I plan to stop in during the day. Normally, I would be at work. And I have to admit, some of the pictures I saw here, it looked those salads. I was like, oh, yeah. Wow. And so I understand it's probably challenging, and I'm big about, eating healthy. I saw the pictures with the fruits and the things, and so that is very impressive. On back, there we go. I like that picture. And I've always remembered years ago, pizzas can be healthy. When you go to your local pizza joint, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but a 4-cheese pizza, and I grew up on a dairy farm, and I support cheese, but let's be realistic, So ice cream is also a dairy product too, but let's be realistic. So a pizza can be healthy with the vegetables on it and the protein meat, and if the bread is a certain way, and so do you all see it challenging? Let's face it, broccoli, just plain broccoli, but if you make it appealing with a little cheese and seasoning, do you all see it a challenge as getting students to eat vegetables?
It's always going to be a challenge, but as I mentioned, our CEO is a chef, and we have a team of culinary experts that put these recipes together, and so they are proven and tasted, and that's what grows that participation, where students will participate. I mean, that pizza right there, I'll put up against any local pizza place you have, and that's a whole grain dough, right? I don't advertise that that's a whole grain dough, because students may have a different perception of it, but those things all meet those nutritional guidelines that the USDA puts forward, and we just work diligently to make it happen. There's certain spices that we can use that don't have any type of, they don't have nutritional value to them, but they're not bad for you. But it'll help with the flavor profile and some of those things. So I'm not a culinary expert. I'm an operations guy, but our culinary team does work very hard. And while it may be challenging, they've came a long way in terms of the ability to come up with different recipes. We have over 3,000 recipes in our database that all meet student nutrition guidelines.
Because let's face it, the big thing on, is processed foods is not very healthy. Y'all try to stay away from processed foods
as much as possible.
Yeah. So if you see up in the right-hand corner, that's fresh vegetables, and as long as we're giving our students the fat-free ranch packets with them, they eat them.
Do they?
They do. As long as we have the condiments, they will eat them.
What school am I going to find that salad at?
That's Peter Muhlenberg.
Really?
Yes.
Well, Peter Muhlenberg, I'll be making a visit.
So we offer fresh salads and a fresh cold sandwich every day on a kind of a cart side, if you would.
Okay. Back to it might not be possible, but is there any possibilities if there are local food suppliers? Do you all work with them, or is it not enough is y'all's demand too much, or is there any possibility with local farmers, or is that not
it's
applicable?
Not so much demand. Sometimes it just comes down to liability. For example, when a student gets sick and something happens, where does it come from, and all of that stuff. Most of the liability of the larger companies you get away from. When you're dealing with somebody local, sometimes they don't have the liability insurance to be able to support somewhere that's a public type restaurant, I guess you could call it, right? A public service. They can sell to a place, but then that place has to put it through all those different protocols where we wouldn't be able to do that. So we can work with some things, but for the most part, it's going to be from a larger distributor. That distributor, however, may be purchasing from that local farmer. But we're not purchasing it directly from that farm.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Okay. Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much. And before we close on this topic, just really fast, I just want to give a shout out to all of our food service staff workers in the kitchens, those ladies and some gentlemen do an amazing job every day of putting these together, and they'll do it with a smile on their face, and they're a great group of people. So I just wanted to make sure to mention them and thank them.
Thank you.
Dr. Shepherd, you're getting ready to discuss the budget and the capital improvement plan, a couple of minor topics.
Yes. Two of my favorite topics. So this is, tonight will be a recap. There's maybe one slide or two slides with new information, but it's a recap of what we've been talking about since October. So we'll go ahead and get started. Just a reminder, on March the 17th, we will meet with the Board of Supervisors to present our budget. And then on March 18th, the Board of Supervisors will have a work session to set their advertised tax rate. On April 15th, the Board of Supervisors will adopt the tax rate and budget, and then on April 28th, the school board will have their final budget adoption. Tonight, we are recommending that you approve one of our budget proposals. So just highlighting our budget priorities this year fall under academic achievement and growth, recruit, support, and retain enthusiastic professionals, and high quality and adequate facilities and learning environments. This slide highlights the information on the new positions that we are requesting. Some of these positions are mandated by our standards of quality or standards of accreditation. Some of the positions were grant funded for a year or part of a year. And then at the very bottom of the slide is the new aviation program that we would like to introduce at Triplet Tech with a half-time aviation teacher. And just as a reminder, this is budget neutral for Shenandoah County for this year, as we have a public-private partnership that will pay the $200,000 for the equipment and also pay for the first year salary of the teacher. We have been talking about our capital improvement plan for the last several months, and in that plan we have about $6.5 million plus some additional funds, but $6.5 million in capital projects. Inflation of increased service costs. This is student enrollment at Peter Muhlenberg has increased, so we need to increase their money in their fund. Inflation and cost of materials at Triplet Tech, and then software that to run our bus cameras. The last goal was recruit, support, and retain enthusiastic professionals, I believe, and the recommendation is to adjust the bus driver salary scale to align the base hourly rate with the increased contract hours, and then also regrade our athletic directors' dual enrollment stipend of $27,000 to give a stipend to encourage teachers to either get their dual enrollment certification or to remain dual enrolled certified teachers to teach our students, so that our students can get dual enrolled courses at high school. And then our compensation request is a step plus a 2% cost of living adjustment or a 3.16 cost of living adjustment, one or the other. And then remember, we talked about health insurance last month. Our allocation for health insurance, we budgeted for a 12% increase. Our increase was less than 10%. And we also wanted to increase the division contribution for health insurance so that our employee plus family pays less for their premium. I want to point out, just so as when we move to the action agenda, that please remember that the stipends that were proposed for the special ed, the counselors, and the longevity stipend aren't included in our base budget. So if any of those stipends you would like to see in the budget, we will need to include those in there whenever we move to the action agenda. So in your budget book, you will remember that our expenditures were about $107 million. We've had some adjustments since that time when we published the budget book. Our health insurance increase actually decreased from 12% to 9.4%, so that was a savings of $161,000. We adjusted some grant budgets in our Fund 2, which was a little less than $10,000. And then our adjustments for option C, which is the option that is recommended for the long-range facility plan, which puts the elementary school and triplet tech being completed first. And that was about $1.6 million. And then the county has asked us to include cyber security funding in the amount of $507,000, and that's in Fund 6. That's an entirely county funded fund. And so our request is for a $109 million budget. So scroll forward a little bit, and you will notice there's a new number here. Originally, we were requesting $1.279 million. That request has decreased because of the new information that we have, and that request is now $1,123,343. So a little less than about $150,000 decrease. Our capital Fund 3, we're requesting $11 million, but remember, $3.6 million of that is for some type of design. So whether it's a triplet tech, architectural design, whether it's for triplet tech or a new elementary school, that 3.6 of that is design costs. And then county technology funding, you will notice that increased, and that's due to those funds that's been requested by the county. And the county, it's for cybersecurity stuff. That's a real technical word there. Stuff. So, and I just want you to remember at this point that we do not know how much money we are getting from the state. If the General Assembly concluded a couple of weeks ago, and in their budget, they had approved approximately $1.2 million in addition to what we anticipated that we were going to receive from the state. We likely will not know what the state is going to fund us until later in the month. The governor will either approve or send it back to the General Assembly around March the 24th. And then if it gets sent back to the General Assembly, then it'll be a month or two before we know exactly what we're getting from the state. But what we know from what we've read about what the General Assembly approved, it was about $102 million in addition to what we had anticipated.
Got a question.
Mm-hmm.
You were talking about the plans for the new elementary school and the new triplet tech.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still requesting that carry forward money that we return back for that?
Yes, so Ms. Campbell will talk about that at our April meeting. So she will have a presentation, either her and the auditors, or she will have a presentation on our carry forward funds at the April meeting. We'll have more information.
Thank you.
Great question. Any other questions before we move towards CIP? So here are the three long-term facilities. Here is option A. No, this is option C. This is the recommended option, which has my recommended option. And it has the elementary school and triplet tech on the same year. And then it has the elementary schools listed first, the transportation and maintenance facility in the next category of phase 2. And then phase 3 is our high schools, and phase 4 is our middle schools. Now we can't forget that the 3 schools that had the highest need for renovations were Triplet Tech, our maintenance facility, and our transportation facility. So there is some need for some serious work at all three of those facilities, whether it's inadequate power or windows that have broken and haven't been able to be replaced because of issues with them. So.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Ashby Lee up there above W.W. Robinson, but if we build that new elementary school, wasn't the idea to move some students from Sandy Hook and from W.W. Robinson to do the renovations to those two schools?
So all of these details can be worked out whenever we decide what we're going to do. But as soon as we adopt what we're going to do first, you know, is it a new elementary school? Is it a new or renovated Triplet Tech? Then we can actually work out the details, because there are so many plans or so many scenarios that could happen if we built a new elementary school, what it would look like and where the students would come from, and, you know, would we move 3 grades first and then, you know, and then move the other, like W.W. Robinson students next, or, you know, it just, there are so many options that we have that we would have to decide what that would look like to move forward. So, you know, this is a long-term facilities plan that will likely get changed every year for the next 22 years.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So our draft capital projects, these are the things that you have seen since probably November and December. We have added a few things. Let me look at my notes. We have added the LVT tile. We've updated a few estimates, like our estimate for roofing at W.W. Robinson went up a little bit. We'll just scroll through these just to... just to remind you what's on here. So the total for maintenance was $9.4 million, but you can look over to the right and you'll see that urgent was $2 million. And you know, in the past, what the Board of Supervisors, at least last year, what the Board of Supervisors, maybe the last 2 years, what the Board of Supervisors funded was our urgent project. So then we go to transportation here. And you'll notice that urgent is $1.3 million. And then we scroll to athletics. And so there at the bottom of this slide is our total capital projects. So our total is $11.5 million, but again, that includes the design for some type of architectural design. And then our urgent is $3.5 million. So be happy to answer any questions that you would have on our budget, which is going to be recommended for approval later this evening. All right, thank you.
The rest for the weary.
Yes. So I'm just going to highlight the school board norms attached to the agenda item are the current school board norms, along with 2 draft documents outlining proposed modifications. These drafts were initially presented as an informational item on the February 13th meeting. There was an opportunity for discussion at the school board work session on February the 24th, and the recommendation for approval is at this evening's school board meeting. And I know there's an opportunity for approval at this meeting. I'll move on to 4.4, which is modified policy IMB, teaching about controversial issues. At the January 9th school board meeting, the board approved amendments to IMB, teaching about controversial issues. Following this, a school board member requested a revision to the policy to allow school administrators, counselors, student support specialists, social workers, and psychologists to respond to student inquiries about gender and gender identity in an age-appropriate, factual, and neutral manner. The modification is attached to to this agenda item for your reference. We will be talking about this at the work session on Monday, March the 24th, and there will be a recommendation for approval scheduled for the April 10th school board meeting.
I have a point of order on that one, because what we have done in the past is we usually have at least one meeting, one public meeting where people can come and discuss. So if we're not talking about that today, then I would think that the April meeting would be the one that we would have it informational for everybody to talk about it, and then vote in May at the earliest.
Yeah, I thought we voted to discuss this tonight, and that's why I held on to what I had at the work session for tonight.
So I guess I just need some clarification on that, because if we are gonna be voting on it in April, then I would like to talk about it and discuss it today. And I would have a presentation to give on this.
Now the way this came about was at our last work session, we were in the process of discussing, and Mrs. Carlinio suggested that in order to have a full discussion, we should have Tom Street available, since he had made input. And so we scheduled that discussion for our work session for March the 24th. So there will be full and ample opportunity to discuss during our work session later this month, and then after that information, then for action on April 10th. So it seems to me that the timeline that we've developed was in response to your recommendation, and the board, as a matter of fact, concurred in a consensus way. And so there was a unanimous decision to move ahead with that timeline.
I guess it was miscommunication, because I was under the impression that that this issue was going to be discussed today in front of everybody in a hearing. This is actually a very substantial policy. It's probably one of the most substantial policies that we're going to be discussing here in Shenandoah County, because it directly affects everything that we're teaching right now. So, and essentially nullifies the one that we already passed, as well as possibly even the younger one that we passed last year. So in that sense, I think this is important enough that it needs to be discussed during a hearing in front of everybody, and then come up for a vote at a different hearing, and not just a work session where people don't necessarily. Now, I have no problem if we want to talk about it at the work session, but what I mean is then the April meeting should be the opportunity to discuss it in front of everybody, and have people come and talk, and then vote on it after the following one, which has been the rule that you have established this last year. I mean, that's what we have done every time, that you say that you need the time to curate these policies. So in the past, that's what you have done. You have said, okay, informational meeting one time, and then we're going to have another meeting where we're going to have the discussion, and then we're going to have another meeting where we're going to have the vote. So I guess what my question is right now is, we're missing one meeting in that curation period.
No, we actually began the discussion 2 months ago, and so it has been under continuous.
No.
It has been under continuous schedule since then. Now, we were, once again, I mean, it was very clear that during the work session that we had in February, I mean, it was your suggestion that we postpone that discussion until the work session in March. Which
No, I said today.
I'm sorry, but that's the minutes will indicate that we took a consensual, we made it a consensual decision at that point with the 5 remaining members to have that discussion. And a work session is still a school board meeting. It's not less official, it's just more informal in terms of allowing discussion. So we're perfectly well on that 3-part, introducing the subject, having discussion on the subject, and then having it for action in April. So I think we made the decision, we based it on your recommendation, and that's the way it stands.
Okay.
I think we should not, I think it would be out of order for us to have a discussion tonight when nobody was prepared to have a discussion on this tonight, other than the fact that it's on our informational agenda.
Well, let me clarify a couple of things. Now, this does not start 2 months ago. This started last month when I first heard about the fact that this amendment even existed. So that's number one. We're talking about a policy that we already passed unanimously. So that was case closed. Then another member or two members have come up with language in opposition to that amendment, to that policy that we already passed. And that just came up last month. And like I said, it essentially changes the entire, so this is not modifying the policy that we already have. It's basically overturning it. And that's a major step that we would be taking as a school district. So the reason I objected last month, no, I should say at the last work session, was because the person who introduced this amendment wasn't here to actually introduce it. So if the person is not here to introduce the amendment, how can the amendment be introduced? So it wasn't me having a decision and deciding, oh, let's just talk about it next month. It was in true technicality. There was the person who was going to be introducing this wasn't here. That's the reason why we decided to do it. Now, when I did it, when I made the proposal, I was under the impression that it was going to be discussed today. So that's why I'm actually ready, and I have a presentation ready. I have these documents that I have for everybody. So I was ready for this because I was under the impression that it was going to be done today.
Well,
Why is it on the agenda if we're not talking about it today?
it's information, just the way
We've done this, yeah.
the way we always discuss board norms.
Okay, so it's on the informational for tonight. So next month's meeting, not next work session, next month's meeting, we're going to discuss it. The public can come talk about it. And then the next month it'll be
The
action.
next work session.
I won't be at that work
it's already in
session.
the information.
When we voted at our work session, it was to discuss it tonight.
No,
I looked at you, I said, Chairman, I said, should I pass these out tonight? I won't be at the next work session. I said, should I pass these out tonight or save them for the meeting? You said save them for the meeting.
I did not say that. I said whatever you want to do.
Well, if it's on the informational agenda for today, informational agenda means that we're going to be giving information. So then if that's the case, then I'm going to go and pass this on and have my information and the presentation, if that's what we're going to do. Now, if we're going to withdraw it from today and not have a discussion on it, then it would be on the informational agenda for the next meeting. And then we would need the one for the public meeting to people to come here, and then the following be the one.
We made no provision for discussing this tonight, and it has not been on the agenda to do so.
But isn't the informational agenda right now?
The information is when the superintendent lets us know what the status is of various things and what we're going to vote on. So we had already made up the timeline at the last meeting. Now, the work session is it's a scheduled school board meeting. And so we will be discussing it on March 24th in an informal setting when we've actually discussed the fact that we need to have more times like this where we can discuss these things and talk about them collegially and talk about issues that arise. Nobody's prepared to do this except for the presentation you have tonight.
Well,
So
my
my recommendation is keep that, make sure it's grist for the mill for our 24 March work session. And then when it comes up for action in April, that's also a time under Robert's rules when we debate. That's when the debate occurs. So we're not shutting down debate. Debate will occur on April 10th when we vote. Discussion will occur on March 24th. And the issue has been before us for several months. Now, the characterization of this is that it is an amendment to something we already passed.
It's not an
So you can call it whatever you like. It's out of order this evening.
Well, if it's informational agenda, then the whole point is to give the people information and to discuss information.
No, that's not exactly so.
What is informational agenda?
Informational agenda is what we've been doing this evening under informational agenda, which is hear about the food service, hear about the plan for our changes in our budget, to hear about what the status is of the board norms. But we're not having discussion on those. We're not having debate. We're getting information from the staff as to the status of these so that we can move on into the information gathering, discussion among ourselves, and then for final decision during Robert's Rules, during the regular school board meeting.
Well, it was already on the informational agenda before, and we decided not to talk. The reason why we didn't talk about it at the last meeting was because Mr. Street wasn't there to present it.
That's
So, right, so that's what you do, you present something. So, exactly, because that was the right thing to do, because if the person is not there to introduce it, then we shouldn't be introducing something. So the whole point now is, if we have, so what you're saying is the informational agenda is basically just a bulletin board, and then we don't get to talk about it until, I don't know, you said that the work session, and then hopefully, vote on it in April.
Yeah, we set it up, you're right, we set it up as a topic
So-
that needs further discussion. We've scheduled it, and then we have an action item that follows behind that. That's exactly the three-part plan
Well,
that we
since
have.
it is in the informational agenda, what I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna pass this on, and I'm gonna talk about it at the end of the meeting, during the board member comments. And anybody who wants to stay for that is welcome to.
Question, Chairman.
Yes.
If we made a motion and we agreed to it at the work session that because Tom wasn't there, we were moving it, I'm telling you now, I won't be at the April 24th. I have something I'd like to present. Can we go ahead and make a motion to move it to the April meeting?
I don't think we're gonna accomplish anything by, the issue that we brought up, for just a little bit more background. When, Gloria is exactly correct, that we passed the policy by 6-0 vote. There were concerns afterward that maybe we had missed some considerations. Now, that was, a few members of the board may have felt that. I was asked by one of the school board members, is there anything we can do to reconsider? I called Mr. Bowen and said, I know that's been very quick, but is there time to reconsider this, or how should we do it? And he thought, well, it would be, reconsideration was possible because it had been such a short time. But then, I think the next day, he called me back and said, it probably needs to be revisited in perhaps a different venue. So at that point, it seems to me, we were at the position that it had already been passed, and we would have to, at that point, approach it as if it were an amendment to it, because it had already been passed. So I don't think any of us had quarreled with the fact that it was passed legitimately at that evening, but there was concern that we revisit it in the near future to see if an amendment was feasible or likely, or we wanted to consider it. And that's kind of where we were when we decided, because I know that Mr. Street did have some concerns, and so I think it's do some of the others of us about if there should be an amendment. And that's where, when Tom had to leave that meeting, Gloria indicated that the thing to do would be not to discuss it that night, but to move it into the next realm of discussion, which would have been the work session. Now, I didn't make up these dates. These are dates that we agreed to in a consensus way. So I really think it's very unfair for us now to have somebody present their side of the argument when it's not under discussion. And we're, those of us who wanted to talk about, there are other action items tonight that we still have to take care of, like the board wants, and as well as our budget. So kind of springing on this on us tonight without the chance for the rest of the board to be prepared isn't fair.
That's why I'm asking that we move it to the April meeting so that I can be in attendance to discuss it with all y'all. I'm telling you, I'm not going to be at the March 24th meeting or work session.
And in fact, I remember Mike saying that, and I know I would have never, ever suggested, oh, let's talk about this at the work session. I thought that we were talking about this meeting tonight, and that's why I came prepared for this meeting tonight on this. So if you're saying that I'm the one who came up with that, well, I'm telling you, no, I did not. I mean, we can go back and look at the tape, but what I thought we're gonna be doing was at this meeting tonight that we're gonna be talking about this. And let's just make sure, I mean, we're calling it an amendment, but it's not an amendment. That policy was already passed. You do an amendment during the discussion.
Okay, hold it. Let's all understand what's happening. You all passed the policy. It's in place. You're not amending it. The amendment is an amendment to the main motion. You got this motion done. So you're going to come back with a subsequent motion to revise policy ABCD, line 6, paragraph 3, sentence 2. And it's going to be its own motion, and what you plug in there will go back into that policy. So we're not revisiting, rehashing. This policy is already there. All you're doing is a separate motion to make an addition, a deletion, or a substitution of wording. Okay, so the policy's there.
So in essence, it's not an amendment that would be?
No, it's its own. I move to change policy manual, page 6, paragraph 6, ABC, striking the words such and such, inserting ice cream or something like that, which probably be a lot more fun. And then it's discussed. So
I'm just asking that we move it to the April meeting. I'll be present.
how you all handle the dates of it, that's among yourselves. But to clarify, this block is already there. You're either adding, deleting, subtracting, or changing wording. So.
Thank you, that was my understanding.
It was pretty clear to me when Gloria made that suggestion, and we all thought it was a good idea. Are you suggesting that, so what are you suggesting happens in April?
We discuss it.
That it gets moved not to, right now it's in the information agenda, then instead of having it today for discussion, and instead of doing it at the work session, which is where he's not gonna be here, that we do it in the April meeting. That's the meeting that we're gonna have a discussion,
Okay,
and then have the vote in May.
I'm still missing why we can't discuss this at our work session on March 24th.
First of all, because Mike is not gonna be here, that's number one. But number two, and why this is important, is because when I said, let's talk about it at the next meeting, 2 weeks ago, the next meeting was today. The next meeting wasn't the work session. And that was what I talked about. When I said, well, Mr. Street is not here today, so I think we should move this to the next meeting, meaning today.
Save problems going forward. Put dates with meetings, please.
Yes, no, now I know.
Are those minutes readily available, Cheryl?
They're in board docs.
I have no problem with us discussing it or taking it as an action item in April. What I don't understand is why we can't discuss it at the work session on March 24th. I mean,
We can, but what I'm saying is that we should have another discussion day in April so he can be here, and then not have a vote until May.
I mean, I have my draft here that I'd like to present, but I won't be at the work session. So as long as I can present it in April, I'd like to see your presentation as well, so I'd like it all to be moved to April, but.
Mr. Street, I'm going to ask you if you would like to weigh in, and any other member of the board, before we try to reach a conclusion here. Tom?
Oh, I like to keep things simple. Want to move to April? That's fine with me. Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, because I think it was your initial concern with what we had passed, which brought about the question to Mr. Bowman and how we could approach this. I don't think we've reached any point of criticality with this being in place the way it is at the moment. But I'm willing to entertain any other discussions from Mr. Vance or Mr. Gutschall.
April works for me.
Okay. Make sure then we have so I recommend that we still keep this on discussion for March 24th. If you're not going to be here, we can still have a discussion. You can have your thing, and there's no way you can, I guess, Zoom or some, okay. So we can have a discussion among the group, and then on the, and you're requesting that then we
have on the informational agenda again on the April 10th meeting, and then schedule it for a vote on the May 8th meeting. Give me the dates.
Yes, dates. Assume nothing.
Yes, I'm on my list
Bites
now.
you every time.
Thank you. So if you want to talk about it on the 24th, that's fine. I'm perfectly ready to do that. Then we have another discussion at a public hearing on the April 10th. And then if you want to have a vote, you can have a vote on the 8th of May.
Any objections to that time frame? Cheryl, do you think you've captured the dates?
I think so.
Okay. I want to go back and take a look at the other ones anyway, but okay. So,
You can keep on.
well, you may want to change it and decide as it goes forward. So we'll see. We're not going to discuss it tonight. Dr. Shepard, we're going to be talking about library material selection.
Mm-hmm. So attached to the agenda item is the library material selection regulation, which outlines the operational framework for implementing the library material selection policy, which was originally adopted by the Shenandoah County School Board on November 9th, 2023, and revised on February 13th, 2025. The regulation ensures library materials are selected on age appropriateness while allowing parents and stakeholders to review the prospective acquisitions. It also mandates parental notification of materials containing sexually explicit content. The regulation is policy BFC actually says the superintendent can do a regulation unless the school board requests otherwise. So there's nothing you need to do unless you do not agree with this regulation.
And did you include 4.6 in that, or is that your next topic?
So that was 4.6. 4.7 is the library material selection. Now we're going through a new process, which was due to the library materials policy being approved at the February meeting. So for this month, we have February's final approved library materials list for high school and middle school for your information. And from here on out, we will put there will be an informational item every single month for library materials selection because we're doing it monthly. And then under the consent agenda, there will be the approved list the second month so that you guys can approve it if you see fit. So so this is the February list. We're getting ready. I know our directors of instruction are working on the March list, so we will be presenting them at the next month.
Thank you.
Yes. So 4.8 is School Board Member Alliance Policy Services. School Board Member Alliance offers policy services designated to help school divisions stay up to date and compliant with state and federal laws. Each year, the General Assembly passes legislation that impacts educational policy, which requires us to update and review and revise our existing policies. By partnering with SBMA, we would receive biannual policy update packages in May and November. featuring red line revisions that reflect legislative changes, including linkable legal references for ease of review. And then in February and August, we would receive an annual policy audit, which would identify those policies that are requiring review. So my recommendation is to contract with SBMA for policy services in the amount of $2,900, and we will recommend this for approval at the Thursday, April 10th school board meeting.
Okay, any questions on the SBMA policy services? And the final information item is the request for reappropriation for the prior year's federal reimbursement balances.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Shepard. What I have before you tonight is a request to increase the 2025 budget, that is this year's budget. At the end of last fiscal year on June 30th, 2024, we had a number of federal grants that were incomplete. The period of performance extends into this fiscal year. These are reimbursable grants that we did not realize the revenue for. What we are asking for is just to reappropriate the expected revenue so that we can spend through those grants and make sure that we're completing them in a timely fashion. This request asks for $1,042,045.14 for the special revenue fund, and then additionally $660,102.26 for the operational budget. This is on the action items this evening for your consideration. Are there any questions?
And that's 5.3 tonight.
Yes.
We've been voting on that. Okay, thank you. All right, you're moving into the action items, and 5.1 is the approval of the fiscal year 2026 budget and fiscal years 2026-2030 capital improvement plan. Do I hear a recommended motion?
I move to approve the fiscal year 2026 budget, including a compensation increase consisting of a step plus 2% cost of living adjustment for all staff in the fiscal years 2026 through 2030 capital improvement plan, including option C of the long-range facility plan as presented.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Carlinio. And discussion.
Elementary schools. I mean, that's my big thing right now. We gotta get that done and moving forward. To me, that's moving in the right direction. Triplet, right there at second, but if we only find the funding for one, I think it's gotta be the new elementary school.
LB?
Elementary students can't be put on a waiting list. And I agree with Mr. Rickard that elementary school should be the first priority under CIP.
Yeah, I agree with that. The only other part I disagree with is I would rather support the 3.16% cost of living adjustment rather than the 2% in the step.
Other comments?
I gotta go with the staff I've heard from once again this year. They're all asking for the step again, so.
I concur that I think that elementary school is the priority right now. It pains me because I know we need some help with triplet and we need to help the students as well. So I'm hoping at some point we'll be able to find some way to fund both. But at this point, it would have to be the elementary school as well. And I concur also with Mr. Rickard to be a step, because that's what we heard time and again, that that's what the teachers want. So a step. We heard it right now.
Tom, you have anything to say?
Yes. I'd like to propose that we remove one student support specialist and include an assistant supervisor for the transportation department, which I think is highly needed. That position does not have an assistant, so basically, for whatever reason, they have a right, whether it's vacation, emergencies. There's no one there to really, that I feel is, how do I say it? I just think that position, the director needs an assistant. And I'd like to propose that we remove one student support specialist and replace that with assistant supervisor for transportation. And I'd also like to amend in the budget that the purchases for the school buses be cut in half. In regards to my research and looking into it, I don't agree with the VDOE, and I called Richmond and talked to them about it. They say the lifespan of the school bus is only 15 years. And through discussion, the only reason they recommend that is for budgeting. There is nothing physically wrong with the buses. As long as they pass inspection, they're fine. And I think that we need to be more responsible with the taxpayers' money instead of just wanting new school buses to extend the lifespan when there's nothing physically wrong with buses that only have 115,000 miles on them, that are diesels and nowhere near the lifespan of a diesel engine. So those are the two things that I would like to amend to this budget proposal. Yes.
Well, first of all, I want to commend you for doing that research for us and contacting Richmond. Being that you're recommending we cut the purchase of new buses in half, could we still fund 3 support specialists plus an assistant director with the money we're saving by not buying the buses that were recommended?
So one is the student support specialist would be in Fund 1, and the capital would be in Fund 3.
We can't move that money at all?
So we could request more for our operational, but I get the feeling that we're going to be asked to decrease our our request for operating funds anyhow.
How long have we had a director of transportation without an assistant?
Yeah, he's a supervisor for transportation, and probably as long as, I'm looking for Lucas, but as long as he's been here, forever.
Who fills that spot that, like Tom was saying, if he goes on vacation or a family emergency, who fills that in?
His maintenance staff member.
This is transportation, so his route coordinator.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't, and I don't know if it's just for various reasons without going into deep discussion, but for looking into it, I don't know if it's fair to put people in other positions to be put in a supervisor position responsibility. I feel comfortable. Do we need more student support specialists? Maybe so, but I'm kind of under the impression that we might not need 3. Maybe just 1 or 2 is why that's is also another reason. And the only reason I'll be honest with you, the only reason that I would recommend only cutting the purchase of buses in half, I almost would go with none. But when I did the research in 2008 and 2009, for some odd reason, the school system, for whatever reason, they bought 21. So I'm looking down the road and I did the math. I don't want to be hit with another huge purchase. So I'm trying to spread it out and be more pace, long spread, and not a big budget, not a big purchase down the road when they become 20 years old. So I feel comfortable that we only need to purchase 3 or 4 now. To say, I just don't think, I told you the reasons, and I think we need to be just being more responsible with the taxpayers' money. I don't know, there may be a newer bus might be safer, but I can guarantee you one thing: 2008 school bus is a lot safer than bus number 61 in the late 70s that I rode on. And it was fine when we rode on it.
No, I'm not opposed to your idea. I just want to ask the questions.
Yeah, no, yeah. I just wanted to, yeah, feel free. I just trying to explain my view on this and wanting to amend this budget on that, because I do think it's only fair that the director of transportation, and I'm not about creating jobs. Don't get me wrong here. I'm not one to just try to create jobs. But I do think there probably is a need there for the right person to be in that position in the duties. And I looked into, and Mr. Long did show me the job descriptions of Frederick County, Warren County, Rockingham County, of their assistant transportation. Because as far as I'm concerned, hey, if this position can be in the garage, servicing buses, that would be, that doesn't bother me one single bit, but I'm being told that no, there's enough job duties that wouldn't happen. But like I said, as part of the research, I looked at other assistant transportation directors in the surrounding counties and what their job duties are.
One of our dilemmas here is that, there's a motion on the floor. Tom, as I understand it, you've got an amendment you would like to offer to that motion. It sounds like it's two parts to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, one in budget and one in capital. Put
Okay.
the positions, and then,
Okay.
and if I may, as far as the pay increase, I'll comment on that at the same time. I'd like to know Mr. Vance's opinion, because he was a retired teacher. What do you think? A step in 2% or just a 3.16? You've been a teacher. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
But you did.
I think I'd go with the step in 2.
Okay, because I have to value your opinion, because I run trains for a living. I've never been a teacher.
It's a healthy pay increase. I sat down and did some maths, for example, on just one level 10, and it works out, with the other levels. And I think it's agreeable to our budget. Yeah.
And to the taxpayers, I hear, can we? And I have to admit, in the past, if you look in the past 3 or 4 years, our staff has gotten some good pay increases. But on the flip side of that, I think it kind of just brought them up to par with, competitive. So one side of me, to the taxpayers is, yeah, I'm not about just giving raises all the time. But at the same time, I understand inflation and how much the cost of living inflation has gone up in the past 2 years. So I feel that you got to be a little responsible if we can to give a raise to also go with inflation. So that's just my personal opinion on the view. Anyway, that's all, Mr. Trent. That's.
To help get Larry off the hot seat, our financial director did point out at one of our closed sessions how important the step was.
At a work session.
Yeah, so, that's coming from the director of finance, so apparently there's some value to that. We didn't see it last year, but the teachers did. They voted 61% that they wanted the step, so. We didn't pull them this year, did we? I think we'd end up with the same percentage, but we've got some teachers here tonight, and they applauded for the step, so apparently there's something to it.
Anyway, that was my view and my recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
So I'm going to go back to your options for the buses, and So, enlighten me, Dr. Shepherd, does that impact the capital improvement plan, or does that impact our next year's budget?
So the buses would impact our capital improvement plan, so that would be Fund 30. So instead of 11.5 million, maybe it's 11, but I'd have to do the calculations.
Because I take Tom's point that if there's a savings from bus purchases, that I would like to see that bus dividend kind of reinvested into buses. In other words, a management structure that would back up our one supervisor so that it doesn't fall just to maintenance folks to kind of deal with all the problems, which apparently multitudinous, that have to do with our bus problems. I mean, because of the garage and how it's managed and all the problems with not only maintenance, but with also routes and drivers and all the things that happen during inclement weather and otherwise, that we would be probably wise to increase our management capability or overwatch of the system. But I'm not sure how we attack that right now, though. Gloria?
Point of order, would it help if we just treat these amendments one at a time? Just like do the one for the transportation, vote on that one, then the one for the student support specialist, we can discuss that one and then vote on that one?
Yeah.
Well,
So,
I put it in as his amendment altogether in one. Was he amending like the original?
It's not officially an amendment yet.
Not yet, it hasn't been seconded,
Not an
right?
amendment yet.
and it's also dealing with 3 different parts of the budget, so that's why I was wondering if it'd be helpful to just do the amendment of the transportation.
I would just tell my views. You tell us, Mr. Bowman, how I need to do
It's
it.
not an amendment now.
Right, so
It's
you
just your opinion. At the moment, yes. So you can amend by whatever you would like to do. No, it's just been purely discussion.
So do we vote on the first motion and then?
No, you've got your motion, which is the first choice, and then you're gonna amend that with whatever the pleasure is, buses or specialists or whatever.
So you're saying, to be clear, the board has to vote on his motion.
No.
No?
No, I move to amend by adding the words, or reducing school buses by half.
And does it need to be, like Gloria pointed out, does it need to be 2 separate ones or combined together?
It could go either way. It could go probably easier just to make it separate so it's easier to follow and track.
So I can just make 2 amendments.
Correct.
Yes.
All right. So I would like to make first amendment to the motion, as I propose that remove 1 student support specialist and include an assistant supervisor of transportation. Now, do we need to take care of this first?
There has to be a second.
We need a second.
All right, that's
I'll
my
second
motion.
that.
Discussion and
Have we got a second?
handle it, yep.
Yes, discussion.
Come on, Barbara.
Mr. Barlow seconded.
Yeah. So, the student support specialist, that was the one request that I made on this budget, and the reason was because I know last year we cut this against the advice of a lot of the people in the community. I mean, we had our very first mental health task force that we had back in March of last year that was attended by all the captain of the different police departments and our sheriff and our judge and social services and all these people, and they all said how important the student support specialists are as the connection between the students and the legal service and also the administration. So that is something that is very needed, but particularly when we ourselves as a school district don't really have a lot of resources in terms of counselors and a lot of social workers or that kind of stuff. So those people have been the link between the schools, the students, and the legal services, and also the social services that they're receiving. So what we did is we cut that back, and we now have them spread out very thinly. And in fact, we just received this last year a new grant from Anthem Blue Cross that actually relies on the student support specialists to help actually utilize that money in the community. So I'm very afraid of starting to cut back on this. I would like to hear more from maybe Dr. Shepard if she's ready to, I don't know if you have any information on this, because I know Deb's not here today, right? To see exactly how that would work and if this is something that we can make work that way. Because with all the stuff that we have going on and all the different challenges that our kids, we live in a community where our children have a lot of challenges that they may not have in other districts. We're talking about a lot of kids who are living with grandparents, or that the parents are using drugs, or they're unemployed, or they're overwhelmed, and there's a lot of things that are going on with these children that is impacting the way they learn, and also the way they learn how to live and live happily and be able to build that resilience that they need to move forward. And in many ways, those student support specialists are the link that help those kids overcome that, or offer the help that they may need that they would obviously not get otherwise. So that's my reasoning for supporting the student support specialists. I supported them last year. I support them again just because I hear this all the time from the community. I hear it from the school staff. I hear it from the police. I hear it from a lot of different people that these student support specialists do serve a very integral link in the community. And that's something that, one of the things that we have learned through the Mental Health Task Force is that they fill in a need that social services doesn't. It's very specific what social services and what counselors and what all these people do. What they're supposed to do is already very different from what these student support specialists are doing. So that's my concern. But if Dr. Shepard can offer some feedback on this, if you have any, again, not to put you on the spot, then that may be helpful to see if we can, in fact, operate with, just 2 additional ones.
The one thing that I can add is the greatest need that I've heard for our student support specialists is additional support in student support specialists who are able to speak dual language. So now, whether that's 1, 2, or 3, that's not been ascertained, but.
I hate to put you on the spot as well, Dr. Shepard, but you come up with some great ideas when it comes to finagling money. Is there a way to find the funding somewhere else to support 3 student specialists and still take care of the assistant?
So no, because we have done, off the top of my head, the answer would be no, because the budget that we have is really based on this is how much it's going to cost to run SCPS, and this is how much we need. So this is the state funds these are the state funds we're getting, these are the local funds we're getting. So the money that we've requested is the money that's needed. So there's no additional funding. But if you will remember, on that one slide that I highlighted, we were asking for $1.279 million originally, and now we're down to 1.123, something like that. So we're asking for a little less than $150,000 than we had originally thought. However, I do have to caution that in my conversations, in my hearing Board of Supervisors talk, there's quite a big deficit that they're going to have to make up for. So we may be asked to cut another $1 million at the end of the day, or $500,000. So I don't know that asking for more is going to get us anywhere. I hope that helps.
I have one more question. How about, It's just so much stuff. There was the money that we may be getting from the state that would actually may help fund that position, or wasn't that it?
You could. So we're getting an additional, we anticipate we are getting an additional $1.2 million from the state. That's what the General Assembly allocated for Shenandoah County Public Schools. However, that the governor hasn't signed off on that, and we don't anticipate we'll know that before March the 24th. Remember, on the schedule slide, there is an opportunity for us to revisit this in April. Is it April the 28th? So we should have more information about the state funding at that point. It's not guaranteed, but we should have more information at that point, and we will know what the Board of Supervisors is funding us as well.
And are there any ties to that money? Like, does it have to be used for specific?
Yes. So the $1 million addition from the state, it is to fund SOQ positions that were reduced during the recession in 2010-11. And then there's $200,000 that is to be used for special ed. While we don't have the exact language of what's being required, we believe that the services that we offer will fund that. So.
I guess there's nobody here to represent that department. Like, in other words, if there is anybody here from that department, would they support that adding two positions, which is basically a third, I guess, would handle the need? I support these positions.
You're talking about student support specialist?
Yes.
And King.
I mean, I'm not a student support specialist, but I work closely. They're we consider part of our team. And I think the most important part of them just being as a school counselor, and I've worked very closely with social services as a foster parent, but that student support specialist is critical because they have the ability to go into homes and talk and be face-to-face with parents and get into the home, stuff that we can't do.
Yeah, I'm not denying.
I'm just saying that, and to have, what do we have now? 3 left or 6? We have 6. I think losing any one of those would be detrimental to our student population and their families because they have been able to get resources.
But I know what they do. I support what they do. But the question is, or the thought is, I'm under the impression from that department that 2 can easily handle the workload that's needed.
Miss Stratton is sitting over there, and she is, yes.
Additional 2, yes, ma'am.
Because I think we need to keep in mind that this is non-educational funding, non-educational services that we're providing.
Mm-hmm.
So what they do, they connect the student, the families with services outside of the educational field. So they're writing individual plans. They take it to a family partnership meeting, and they look at that and they discuss services that are needed. I do agree that we don't need to lose any, but I do feel that, we can definitely have 2. We'd love to have, obviously, 3. That would be ideal for our schools, each school to have one. And they do take on additional things. They do help with checking in, checking out with students, helping with the plans of behavior, helping with having groups. So they do things within the school. That's very important.
And aren't they doing cultures for IEPs?
It's not for IEPs.
Or for eligibility?
It's eligibility, but it's only initial eligibilities or if there's a change in that. So, and they're spread out. So, because they are licensed, most of them social workers, to be able to do that. But other people are doing those too. So
I just know that ours has been doing them.
Yeah, I'm not.
Definitely are.
Their job duties, yes, I agree with.
Absolutely.
What I'm talking about is I'm under the impression from that department that 2 can easily handle, additional 2 can handle the workload that is there. That's what I'm talking about. Not really what they, I understand what they do and I support that.
Right. And
But that's my.
Looking at that, one of our campuses has a smaller school that the other 2 could help and team with that school and possibly look at it that way too. If we're looking at the southern campus, for instance. We have a small middle school there, high needs, so we do want to say that we have some high needs, where there's a lot of work, but that doesn't mean it's not gonna be manageable for the other elementary or high school student support specialists to go over and help with that too.
So, Dr. Shepherd, let me ask a qualifying question. Everybody's putting you on the spot, so. I just thought I heard you say a few minutes ago that there would be a chance for us to kind of recalibrate some of these things in April. If we felt strongly as a board that we would like to support option A, would there be the option for us to recalibrate in terms of transportation management, services, specialists, and especially seeing where the state funds and other funds would come from? Or is that taking too much of a chance of kicking it down the road and then not having the capability to recalibrate?
So based on what I know regarding state funding and what I believe I know on local funding, we're going to have to recalibrate anyhow. So the end of April is an opportunity for us to do some of that. Absolutely.
So, if I may, point of order. If I'm understanding what you're asking, and I don't know if I am, are we better off making the only change tonight, the change that Tom's recommending of cutting the bus purchase in half? Because whether we have 3 student support specialists or we have 2 and 1 supervisor, that's something we can decide once we realize how much our actual budget is, correct? Is that what I was hearing from you?
Yes.
So is that possible, Dr. Shepherd?
I think we need to get as close as we can to what we're looking for. I'm going to look at Ms. Campbell to see if she agrees.
They're not a one-for-one trade.
No.
One costs a different amount than the other. Keep that in mind. And then I would look at Ms. Hodges on hiring. All of these positions are vacant, and there's a timeline where we can get these positions filled.
I like the idea with the buses. I mean, that just makes sense. That's common sense. The student support specialist, the assistant, I'd like some time to do some research on that. But I mean,
I'm just like I said, I'm under the impression from that department that two more could handle the workload, the extra workload.
I'm not sure that, looking at the case, as those caseloads, they're high. They're very high in some of our schools where they're helping one another out even. If we're looking at a couple of the schools, our student support specialists are crossing over to help each other. So granted, I think that possibly they could handle that, but it's a heavy workload. And I think that Ms. Weinke can even speak to the point that they do help with our students and some of those behaviors and some of those plans and making sure that it's carried over into the community too. So I don't want to second guess the fact that, yes, we'd love to have them and need them, that they would necessarily not be working as hard if we have 3 as opposed to 2. They're going to work hard no matter what, because this way they can take on more cases. So the fewer we have, the less cases they can take on, and we may have kids that are not having any of their needs met because of that, if that makes sense. So.
If I can add something else, I mean, we've heard from a lot of teachers that have complained that they're the ones who are having to take some of this additional responsibility because there's no one else to do it. So one of the good things about having this student support specialist is that it takes some of that load away from the counselors, from the teachers, from, especially special ed, where we're hurting so badly.
No, they don't do any of the educational piece of it, service providing. They're taking on a case, for instance, if a student may need some outside services and some mentoring or some, counseling services outside of school. But they're taking those cases on, but they're following it through the school to make sure that we're, doing what's needed.
But my point is that there's nobody else to do it. So either they do it or it doesn't get done. Basically, because there's no one else to do that. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Shepherd, your recommendation 2 or 3? What's the need? You're the head of the school division.
I'm glad I'm not the only one on the spot tonight.
So we currently have 6. Adding an additional 2 would be more than they currently have. You're going to get a diplomatic answer here, right? So adding an additional 2 will be more help than they've had. So we go through a year and have 8 instead of 9, see what that looks like, and we add assistance to our transportation department as an assistant supervisor. That's my diplomatic answer.
I could follow up, but it just puts you on the spot again, so I'll refrain.
We still have a motion on the floor. And we have a second. And so, unless there, Tom, do you want to make an amendment?
I did.
Or,
I did.
okay.
Yeah, it's on the floor. You seconded it. Just need to vote.
Okay. So,
I'm sorry, before we get to that, one more point of order, question to Dr. Shepherd. So, oh no. It's not a hard question. If we decide today on the 2, and then we do get that money from the state,
Yes.
then at the April meeting, we could add the 3rd.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to get that information.
so Cheryl, can you remind us what the amendment was?
So you have the original amendment, and Mr. Street is asking to, that as presented with the amendment to the budget request to remove 1 student support specialist position and add an assistant supervisor of transportation.
Okay, so that is that's the amendment that's on the floor that has to be decided before we can go vote on the main motion. Is there any further discussion? And are you ready for a roll call vote on that amendment?
I'm just gonna say, since we can actually revisit this if we get that additional money, I'm fine with that amendment. So I'll vote yes.
Cheryl, you want to do a roll call vote on that amendment?
Mr. Street,
Yes.
Ms. Carlenia,
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall,
Yes.
Mr. Vance,
Yes.
Mr. Rickard,
Yes.
and Mr. Barlow.
Yes. So the amendment passes unanimously. And now we can return to the main question, which is, you want to read that as well, or I mean,
No, he has another amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add another amendment.
go for it.
I'd like to make another amendment under the capital part of the budget, that in the budget presented for purchasing school buses be cut in half.
When you've got that ready, Cheryl, can you read it to us?
Don't need a second.
No, but I want to just do that.
Has it been seconded?
No, but I don't even, I would like to know what the
Would you repeat
amendment
what
is.
your amendment?
You want me to repeat or you?
Yes, please.
Just, my second amendment is under the presented budget, under the capital CIP, I guess, part of it, that the item of purchasing new school buses be cut in half.
Do we have a money figure on that?
In the budget, it's $1,068,000. If I remember, I'm not looking at it, but think that's what it was.
It's
64.
It's $1,064,000, so half of that would be $532,000.
So it goes from how many buses to how many buses? Can you tell? I just
That's
can't-
roughly 8 to 4.
Okay.
I could, like I said, I would go lower, but just trying to look down the road because there was a big purchase in 2008 and 2009. Don't want to be hit with that again down the road in 20 years.
Okay, so that's your second amendment. Is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Carlinio. Discussion?
Ms. Carlenio seconded.
Yes.
Yes. Any discussion? I think we're ready for a roll call vote. Cheryl?
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Mr. Vance?
Yes.
Mr. Vance?
Yes.
Mr. Rickard?
Yes.
And Mr. Barlow?
Yes. The Second Amendment passes 6-0. Unless there are other amendments, then we're ready to take up the main motion to approve the fiscal 2026 budget consisting of a step plus 2% cost of living and for the fiscal year 2026-2030 capital improvement plan, including option C of the long-range facility plan. That is the motion. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote?
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
No.
Mr. Vance?
Yes.
Mr. Rickard?
Yes.
And Mr. Barlow?
Yes. Motion passes 5-1. Concludes our action item for the fiscal year budget and the capital improvement plan. The next action item, 5.2, is current school board norms. There are 3 versions of the school board norms before us tonight. The first is the school board norms that were adopted in April of last year, and were basically, I think they were changed without modification, if I'm correct, from years past. Second version, titled Draft 1, is a version that has been provided to us, I believe, by Mrs. Carlinio, and the Draft 2 is a version that I drafted. At this point, since one of the drafts is something I worked on, I would like to turn over the chair to the vice chairman to conduct this discussion and vote. So, Mr. Gutschall, it's all yours.
Do I have a motion for one of the versions, 5.2, the adoption of school board norms?
I move to adopt Shenandoah County School Board Norms Draft 1 with the following modifications. I guess it's just number 1. What does, I don't understand, what does one have modifications and the other one just is presented? So I'm just gonna say I move to adopt the Shenandoah County School Board Norms Draft 1 with the, as presented.
Motion on the floor by Ms. Carlenio to adopt version 1. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rickard. Discussion?
Can I go first?
Some of this, let me just find it real quick. Some of these modifications or amendments that I have provided come from different instances that we've had throughout this last year, where things that were not particularly clear, or we thought, or I thought, that they should be clearer. The first one has to do with the agenda setting meeting, and I know we've discussed this before. Right now, what we have is somewhat of a fuzzy kind of way of putting things in the agenda, where it's a board member has to talk about it in the board member comments, and they have to actually submit it before some agenda setting meeting, which dates are not one set time every month. We have different dates, and the agenda setting meetings are set, I'm assuming, by the chair and the superintendent at some time before the year starts. In the past, it was my understanding, and I've talked to many people from other years, where we always had the opportunity to have anything that we wanted to include in the agenda be put in the Friday before the meeting, the meeting the next week. And this is actually supported by the statute, which says that any school board member can, in fact, add something, so long as they do so before the agenda is made public. Well, our agenda is made public on Fridays, so that's, so long as you do it before then, you can include the item. Now, again, as we had the conversation today, this is to put in the informational agenda. And as Chairman Barlow says, usually when you put in the informational agenda, it's just out there to get information. So we're not going to be talking about it, we're not going to be voting on it. So it's just an opportunity for the members to be able to include something in the informational agenda, and then from there, go to the next meeting where we can actually talk about it and then discuss it and eventually vote on it. So my point is, we need to have a rule that is set in stone, because the reason why this came an issue back in October of last year was because we had some issues that had been brought up. I had a timely issue that I wanted to include regarding the voter registration. Mr. Rickard had something that a lot of people have been bringing up regarding the absenteeism rules, and we wanted to add it for the informational agenda it was October. And we were told that no, the agenda setting meeting had happened on September 22nd for both October and November. So at that point, we couldn't even set anything on the agenda until December. So, of course, that came as a surprise to me, because that's not the way we had done it before. But more importantly, we had one agenda setting meeting that was taken care of 2 months. So we as a board cannot tie our hands and say we are not going to be able to bring up issues that are brought up by our constituents, or issues that arise that may be of importance, or issues that are timely. We must be able to have that flexibility that we should be able to include these issues the week before. So that's why I proposed that we set it down in the agenda setting, that any member can bring something up the Friday before. Other than that, the next one is in identification of all requests for information and/or action, questions, and policy sponsorships. One of the things that we have right now is that every time a member makes a request, then Dr. Shepherd will let us know, well, a member has requested this. Well, most of the time we don't know who requested that, or who's doing this, or who's promoting this, or who's requesting some information, or more importantly, who's sponsoring a policy. In fact, we just had this issue this last month where one member suggested a policy, another member wrote it, but it took a while for us to be able to even find out who did what. In terms of transparency, if we're going to be a transparent board, we should be able to tell everybody who is doing what. If I'm the one who's doing a policy, I'm going to put that as my policy. If Mr. Ricker is doing a policy, well, I would hope that he would say it. That way, the public knows who's doing what, but more importantly, also for the board members, if somebody has a question, they know who to go to and talk to and ask questions or whatever. I also put some time limits on the discussion and the board comments. Flexible what we can do, but it was just a matter of making sure that everybody on the board had the same amount of time, because what has happened in the past, and I'll speak from personal experience, twice I have been stopped before my time was already up. One time I had 10 minutes and I was stopped at 7 minutes. Another time I was stopped before, I think even before then. And I know because most of the time when I have my comments, I actually timed them, and we went back to the videos, and in fact, that's what had happened. So I want to make sure is that everybody is going to have the same amount of time, and then we can have a timekeeper actually keeping that time. I don't care what the time is, we can agree on if we want more time or less time, but it's just a matter of having everybody be able to have that time. And generally speaking, I think that whoever is introducing or explaining the policy should have more time to actually explain what it is that they're introducing. The next issue that I had was with the closed session. And one of the things that I've heard that we can do, because anybody can actually go in there and actually record a meeting, was to have these meetings recorded for future reference. And the reason I'm saying that is because in the past we've had advice from, say, legal counsel, or statements made that would have affected future actions or future lawsuits, and now we can't go back because we never recorded those meetings. And obviously I can't talk about the details because that would be confidential, but that kind of situation has already happened. Let me see what else. I think, and then also with regards to attorney accessibility, we pay for this attorney, so it'd be ideal to have right now a more robust section that we could talk about and say, okay, when is a member going to be able to seek this legal advice? Can anybody do it? If anybody can do it, that's fine, but we just have to make sure that we know who is that can go and talk to an attorney, and does it need a board approval, or can anybody do it individually? And I think those were the main issues that I had, but if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Mr. Barlow?
Yeah, so when we discussed this at the work session, there were a few things that I wanted to point out. One is that Mrs. Carlinio's version here actually severely truncates the amount of time that something would actually be viewable. So she wants to be able to bring something, anybody could bring something up on noon of the day of the agenda meeting. So all the planning for the agenda the last 2 weeks ahead, as we plan to take on agenda items and issues, suddenly is kind of knocked into a cocked hat because at the last second, somebody comes in with 2 more ideas that they insist, are suddenly included. Ours, and this is my key concept, ours is a deliberate planning process. We are a school board that who's charged with making sure that the sweep of the law is followed and that the policies are developed in a coherent and effective manner. And so transparency to our constituents, allowing them time. It's kind of ironic tonight that we're now looking 4 months out at discussing one particular issue, and it's okay because we just want as many people to be able to weigh in as possible and to have the community aware of what we're talking about. But I think Mrs. Carloni herself made the best argument at the work session, saying that the 2020 board, which changed the names of the schools in a 9-day period, used exactly this concept of kind of ran things through in a week or so before people had the ability to respond to what was on the docket, what was coming up as an agenda item. So my basic concept or problem with this version is that it puts a great deal of effort into hurrying and rushing and not into making sure that we've got the, not that we have a comprehensive view and that we get various different points of view in discussion before we make a decision. Because we often wind up doing cleanup on aisle 7 when we discuss a phone policy or something that has ramifications we didn't think about until we heard from different people or different points of view. One of the things that is in this version says that neither the chair nor the vice chair will have the discretion to keep items submitted by this deadline out of the agenda. There are only a few powers, authorities, if you will, that the chairman has. One is to run the meeting. One is to select those people who are on the committees, committee chair and committee members. And the other is to work with the superintendent in consultation to develop the agenda. And so it is one of my responsibilities to make sure, as the chair, to make sure that the items that are brought in by the members are stacked in order in which they're presented, or maybe even heard ahead of time based on priorities or timing, but nevertheless is at the discretion of the chair and the superintendent to make the best plan we can going forward. What I find ironic is that at no point in this 14-month journey has anybody on this committee been denied the ability to have a policy put forward. My predecessor squelched a few, but I never did. And it would take something, pretty drastic for me to do so, because I actually believe in transparency and allowing those things to be discussed. The time limits on the discussion, a school board member fly in the face of Robert's rules. The person who introduces something gets 10 minutes, but so does everybody else. Not 5 minutes and then 3 minutes and so forth. So the fact that board member comments are windowed down to 5 minutes, none of those things basically work. The basic concept for Robert's rules is people have 10 minutes to discuss whether you're the sponsor of that particular action or not. There are a few other things here that I'm not particularly concerned about at the moment, but I do have a concern with how closed sessions have been handled and how we monitor and manage those. And I'll probably defer that to another discussion. But I think this is taking us in the wrong direction.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Any more discussion?
Yeah, Gloria, on yours, I see that you have in there no electronic devices in closed session. Are you keeping that in there or striking that?
No, I'm striking that. Is that in there? Shouldn't have been.
To maintain confidentiality, electronic devices will not be used during closed session. All
Oh yeah,
closed
that
session.
shouldn't have been there. Sorry. No, yeah, to maintain confidentiality, electronic devices will not be used during the closed session. I don't remember including that one. Maybe I just didn't delete it from the other one, but no, I do not want that one in there.
So just a point of clarification, draft 1 is actually a combination of all of the changes that were requested. So it's some of Gloria's, and that's why on the motion it said what did it say?
The modifications?
With modifications. So that was to take out those things. So it was, I know that several board members had maybe 1 or 2 word.
Okay, so draft 1 is not just mine, it's everybody else's as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Mr. Barlow did his own separately.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I did not put that one in there, so I would probably strongly suggest an amendment that we actually take that out, because I have actually talked to several people that, and in fact, I actually asked a question of the FOIA office, and they said that usually those are really hard to enforce because, and again, we can start getting a discussion on the legal repercussions of that, but we as a board cannot infringe upon any of our rights that are already put in by the state or the federal government. That's the Dillon rule. That's what our state is, our Commonwealth. So we cannot, if I have a right to be in there and actually have my electronic device about and to record it and whatever, you can't come over and say, no, you really don't have that right to do that. With regards to the electronics, it's kind of interesting because I think with the exception of Mr. Rams, everybody else here uses their electronics and their cell phones inside that room. And I'll say something because originally I wasn't too, I didn't feel too strongly about that one, but it wasn't until the last time we had a meeting when I had a call from my son as we were stepping into the meeting that he was being rushed to the hospital. So if I'm going to be in a closed session or in an open session or in any kind of session and I get that text from my son, guess what? I'm going to be using my phone and I'm going to be looking at my phone and nobody's going to stop me from looking at my phone. So, so I would definitely strike that one out. I did want to, again,
point of order. The lawyer made the comment, I responded, and now
I was answering the question.
other board members should have the chance to speak before somebody else speaks a second time.
I
Yes.
had asked a question.
Yeah, he was asking me a question.
2 debates per person, 10 minutes, usually. You go through and pick out, try to alternate pros and cons. Second round comments begin when everyone has had the chance to speak the first time. A question does not count against the person asking the question, but the person answering the question, that becomes their second debate.
Well, then in that case, I'm going to keep on talking because I have other things to say and I was just answering his question.
So that you have crossed it. If you're going to split hairs and do it this way, you need a timekeeper, and I really think you're going down a slippery slope. But you all do what you want. But
Well, I need to be able to...
You're going to have to start timing and enforcing. Person makes the motion, gets the right to talk about it. Then you open it, generally, if possible, an opposing viewpoint, and you alternate back and forth. The question is asked, and the person answers, it becomes their debate. And
So
you
if-
have 10 minutes. So, I mean, you can set your decorum up however you want. But
So-
that's how Roberts has set it up.
So I have a question. So if somebody asks a question, but I still want to rebut with somebody like what Mr. Barlow said, then I don't answer the question?
I mean, you can defend as long as you drop the number 3 on your discussion, you're just gonna, I mean, if you want to split hairs on debate, then be prepared for the consequences. And no member may have a second term unto all members who desire to have a first term. No member can debate more than twice on the same motion on the same day. If it's postponed to another day, each person may speak twice again. Members may also debate twice on pending amendments. Answering a question is not counted as debate. Asking the question, but answering it is. The time limit for each speech is 10 minutes. No member can give unexpired time to another member. The motion proposer is given preference and recognition for his first right to debate the motion, even if he or she may have risen and addressed the chair first. All remarks must be addressed to and through the chair. The item, not the person, is the subject of debate. Members may not speak against their own motions, however, they may vote against it. So if you want to go down that road, then you're going to lose the nature of being able to hash it out. So just be careful what you wish for, because it might come true.
Okay, so basically, so if I was answering his question, I still would have time to finish up my debate because that would be my second time.
Yeah.
So, okay, so what I wanted to say was, I mean, I just wanted to rebut and maybe have a question for Mr. Barlow because, again, he keeps saying that by doing the agenda the week before, and like being able to submit items the week before, that we are rushing things through, or that we're doing what the 2020 board did, which is kind of ironic, given our last meetings. But what we're doing here is saying that any member can actually have a right to put something in the agenda, that it should not be the discretion of the chair whether that item is going to be put in there or not. I don't care if, and I thought I had put that in there, that if we need to have a co-sponsor for a policy and have, you know, 2 people sponsor it and then to put it in the agenda, I'm fine with that. We can do that as well. But what I find it kind of interesting is that he's saying that this is going to be taking too much time and we're going to be rushing through things, when just earlier today he made the point of saying that whenever we put something on the informational agenda, it's just put out there for people to know that this is coming down the road, that we're not talking about it, that we're going to be talking about it at the following meeting. So what we're talking about here is we put something in the agenda for one meeting, for the informational agenda, so people know that this is coming down the pike, like Mr. Barlow said earlier today. And then we don't talk about it until the following meeting, which, you know, ideally it would be another public hearing, but if he wants to do it at a work session, I'm fine with that. And that's the meeting that we get to talk about it. And then the following meeting after that is when we get to have more discussion and finally have a vote. So, you know, it can't go both ways. You can't say that, yes, we only put stuff on the informational agenda so people know that it's coming and we can gather information and get, you know, the school board involved, and then also say, oh no, but that's when we're going to have the debate. Because the time that it's going to take is just whatever seconds or minutes it takes Dr. Shepard to read what's in the informational agenda. So again, that kind of goes against that. The other thing is, I've said it many times before, I have no problem whatsoever with the chair and the superintendent putting on a master schedule for the rest of the year of when things are going to be discussed, whether it's going to be budget, whether it's going to be staff, or whatever we're going to be doing. But again, we should not tie our hands and say that we as school board members cannot put this until, you know, a month or 2 months later, whenever that school agenda setting meeting is, which is what happened again in October, when we had the meeting back in September and we weren't able to put anything until December. So, so again, it does not interfere with that agenda setting of the chairman and the superintendent. What I'm trying to make sure is that A, we allow every member to introduce policies, and again, for the informational agenda, not to be discussed, not to be voted on. And secondly, that we don't have anybody, whoever the chairman is, having the discretion of saying, no, I'm not going to listen to your, or no, you're going to have to wait 2 months, or no, you're going to have to wait 3 months until we put this in the agenda. So again, it's all about transparency. It's also why I want the names of whatever member is introducing something to be attached to that agenda, or that policy rather. And these are the things that I think we need to do in order to move forward. Now, I don't know if I need to make an amendment, because I do not think that we should have that restriction on the electronic devices. So I don't know if I need to make that or somebody else wants to make that. I'd be willing to entertain that. And again, with the time limits, I'm fine. If we don't want to do that, at the end of the day, we can follow the Robert's rules, and I'm fine. But I agree with you. I think that we need to start doing the timer, just to make sure that if somebody has 20 minutes to speak, then the next member is going to have the same 20 minutes, and not that.
I'm not necessarily advocating timer. I'm cautioning you that if you get into that rigid of a debate, you're going to lose the conversationality between the 6 of you.
No, and I understand that. I'm just.
So if you want that formal debate on a smaller board, such as 6 of you, then you can work things out amicably and neighborly and discuss among yourselves. But if you want formal time limits and all that, then Roberts does provide that opportunity, absolutely.
Well, and I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure that, you know, I've already been cut off twice. Before my time was up, I want to make sure that doesn't happen again.
All right, thank you. We haven't heard from Mr. Vance or Mr. Street yet.
I'm putting Mr. Street on the spot first.
Oh, I guess the old S comes before B.
Yes, it does.
I'll be real simple. After reading them and evaluating them, looking at everything in these drafts without going into depth, I'm going to keep it simple. Me personally, I have to support draft number 2 for various reasons. That's just my simple answer without going into depth and time.
My bigger concern is the recording of the information in a closed session. A closed session is closed for that purpose, for privacy. I think you get a more unvarnished debate when it's not being recorded, and the security and safety of what is discussed, I think, is imperative. I understand the value of a record, but I value privacy more than that, and that's why I support Mr. Barlow's set of norms, because he does not call for recording.
Any other discussion?
Are we allowed seconds now? Or do we need to wait for you and Chairman Barlow to talk?
Yeah, I don't, just speaking to the policies, I'm not big on the recording thing. I think if we maybe added a provision, I'm not going to do that on this policy, but maybe on the other one, add a provision to, by board consensus or something like that, if we wanted to record on a different cases, case by case basis. I think we could do that. I'd be okay with that. But overall, I'm supportive of option B. I guess.
Back to me.
Yeah.
Everybody that knows me knows I ran on transparency. You talk about robust conversation, but how many closed sessions have you been in where you know emphatically you weren't recorded while you were back there?
None, but I trust that I wasn't.
We had some pretty robust conversations. I'm not going to say what I've recorded or what I haven't. Mr. Barlow's policy also calls for us to have to pay our FOIA fees for information as a board. To me, that's ridiculous. If I request information that the board has discussed or that has to do with the school operation, we should not be required to pay that. I understand it was added after a FOIA request was made and some stuff came out here recently. Like I said, I'm for transparency and charging board members when we make, what is it, $265 a month for all the time we invest in this, to charge us for a FOIA request. I mean, to me, that's ridiculous. And as far as the recording goes, I mean, that's all covered under Dillon rule. I'm not worried about that. To me, we're all adults. Handle yourselves accordingly. If you can't go back there and handle yourself accordingly and not share information that would void FERPA rules, then we've got issues. I mean, there's people sitting up here right now where I was in a meeting and a police officer got up and left the meeting because he realized he was being recorded. So to call for cell phone policies when we're in closed session, when things are happening up here, I got text messages while we were sitting in closed session about stuff we were talking about. And it was one of you guys that had shared that information with somebody that was sitting right out here in the audience. So if you can't conduct yourself properly in closed session, then I would advise you to leave your phone turned off. But there's nothing that requires me, whether you all vote on these board norms or not, that requires me not to use my phone when I'm in closed session. I've got a daughter that's 45 minutes away in college. I've got a son that plays high school sports. Tonight I got a half an hour with my family before I had to be here. That's my line of communication. They're gonna be in bed by the time I get home. My day starts at 4 o'clock in the morning. You all do what you want, but I handle myself accordingly. When I go to bed at night, I can look myself in the mirror and I know what I've done. Like I said, transparency is key. FOIA fees for us is unheard of. Worried about whether you're being recorded back there, that's unheard of. Nothing I say back there that I won't allow any of y'all to repeat out here, as long as it doesn't have to do with any of our students or staff. That's
Any
all.
other discussion? Thank you, Mr.
I
Reagan.
have a
Thank
point of order, because the motion on the floor is regarding draft one. So shouldn't we vote on draft one, and then if you guys want to consider Mr. Barlow's, then we have to have a motion for draft two, and then have any discussion on that.
So the motion on the floor by Ms. Carlenio is draft one with the following modification.
No.
Motion right now is I move to adopt the Shenandoah County School Board norms draft one as presented.
Okay.
So then I would have to make a motion, or Mr. Rickard or whoever, to, since I did not put that in there, to take out the, oh goodness, I found it wrong one. To take out,
Closed session.
To maintain confidentiality,
yes.
electronic devices will not be used during closed session.
So are you making that amendment officially?
yes.
Okay.
That's-
So Ms. Carlenio is making an amendment to remove, to remain confidentiality, or to maintain confidentiality, electronic devices will not be used during closed session.
So the amendment is to remove the section that, so the amendment is to remove the section that says to maintain confidentiality, electronic devices will not be used during closed session.
That's correct.
And that amendment is by Ms. Carlenio.
Do we have a second on that amendment?
Second.
Amendment has been seconded by Mr. Rickard. Is there any more discussion before we vote?
I'm not quite connecting the dots between the Dillon rule and the discussion about recording closed sessions. I mean, it's only 9:30, so brains get a little dull. Who can connect those dots for me?
There's nothing that requires us not to use our cell phone back there. We're elected officials.
But that's not the Dillon rule.
No, what we're talking about is that in the Commonwealth of Virginia, anybody has the right, it's a one-party, oh gosh, what's the name?
One-party consent.
Consent, one-party consent Commonwealth state. So that means that in the Commonwealth of Virginia, only one person needs to know when you're recording something. So it is your right to record that at any time. You just need your own consent to do that. So that's why we received some legal counsel that had said that any of those closed sessions, any of us can actually just record it. I mean, that's just a legal right.
Yes, Virginia is a one-party recording state, and we are under the Dillon rule. But the Dillon rule doesn't apply to recording of sessions. The Dillon rule says that local governments are only empowered to do what the Commonwealth of Virginia allows them to in an expressed way and in an implied way to carry out their expressed powers.
Right. But that
It
is,
doesn't have anything to do with recording.
it is, I think I sent it to you the other day. So let me see if I can find it again.
In other words, I can't justify recording a closed session based on the Dillon rule.
Where's the rule that says that you cannot record a closed session?
Say that again.
Where is the rule or the law that says that you cannot record a closed session?
They're two separate things.
No, you need to have one then.
You can record the closed session because we're a one-party state.
Exactly.
But It's not justified by the Dillon rule.
So take.
Yes, because that is, you're right. The Commonwealth gives you that right as a one-party consent person. You can actually do that recording. So we as a board cannot say, no, you cannot.
Can the Shenandoah County School Board launch a rocket tonight to go out into space and retrieve those astronauts? No. Why?
That's irrelevant.
Because I know it's irrelevant. Because it's not a power granted to the school board by the Commonwealth of Virginia.
That's, okay. I'm talking specifically here about the Dillon rule and the one-party consent. And so what is the, I think I sent you the statute the other day. I'm trying to find it. What is the statute say on the one-party consent?
What is the statute on one-party consent?
Yeah, here in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
That one party may record without the knowledge of the other party.
All right. So, and then what's the Dillon rule?
That local governments are empowered to do what the Commonwealth of Virginia asks them to do or empowers them to do.
That you cannot infringe upon those rights. That's kind of an important part of it. The Dillon rule is a legal principle that states that local governments can only exercise powers that are explicitly granted to them by the state government. This means local authorities have limited autonomy compared to home rule states where municipalities can govern themselves more freely unless specifically restricted by state law.
And the implied powers to carry out the ones that are delegated.
Can only exercise powers that are explicitly granted. So then you have to show me where does it say that where the state says that you cannot absolutely record a closed session.
Because we make the rules that govern that closed session.
But you cannot make a rule that actually that is not granted to you by the state government. And the state government has told you that you're a one-party consent. So the state government has told you you have a right as a one person to do that.
But the one-party consent may not apply to a government entity.
That's not what what it says, or it's not what the Dillon rule says. So that's what I'm saying. So you have to show me where does in the law it says that no, in closed sessions you cannot record that.
Okay.
All right, point of order. So I know Mr. Ricker just went to the bathroom, but do we have any other discussion from someone else? Mr. Barlow, Mr. Street, on the amendment that Ms. Carlenio put forward specifically? Mr. Street, anything?
No.
All right, I guess we'll wait on Mr. Ricker just to make sure, and then we'll move forward on voting on that.
You have the clerk read the amendment, please. When Mr.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's all. Mr. Hines, I want to appreciate you for staying around. You need to be at Food Line by 11, before 11.
We're prepared unless there's any more discussion to vote on the amendment by Ms. Carlenio. Ms. Jett, would you please read that amendment?
To remove the section that says to maintain confidentiality, electronic devices will not be used during closed session.
Everybody hear that clearly?
Yes, sir.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Street?
No.
Ms. Carlinio?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
No.
Mr. Vance?
No.
Mr. Rickard?
Yes.
Mr. Barlow?
No.
All right, the vote on the amendment failed 2-4. All right, now we will, I guess, refer back to the original motion, which was I move to adopt the Shenandoah County School Board norms, draft 1, as presented. And we had a second on that. I think that was Mr. Rickard at the time, trying to think back.
Yeah, a second.
Yeah. So the original motion was by Ms. Carlinio and seconded by Mr. Rickard. Any more discussion before we vote on draft 1 as it was presented originally? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Street?
No.
Ms. Carlinio?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
No.
Mr. Vance?
No.
Mr. Rickard?
No.
And Mr. Barlow?
No.
Motion to adopt board norm draft number 1 as it was presented fails by 4-2 or 2-4 vote.
It's 5-1.
There was one yes.
I'm sorry, 5-1. Do I hear a motion regarding the adoption of school board norms?
Mr. Acting Chairman, I move to adopt Shenandoah County School Board norms draft 2 as presented.
Motion on the floor by Mr. Street is to adopt the Shenandoah County School Board norms draft 2 as presented. Do I hear a second?
Mr. Acting Chairman, I second the motion.
Motion has been properly seconded by Mr. Vance. Discussion?
I'd like to make a motion to amend.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but before that,
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't Mr. Barlow present it and talk over these changes?
If he has anything.
Well, there's a lot of changes in there, and I think it'd be good for him to explain them.
I'm amenable to them.
I think it'd be good for the public to hear about the FOIA charges and the,
I can explain it very well, Mr. Rickard, thank you. So, the Shenandoah County School Board norms has been a really nice, flexible policy for us over the years that I've been involved. And it's a collegial type of document, meant to be somewhat elastic, but supposed to be collegial and allow us to work together as a closely knit group. It did have some archaic stuff in it, some stuff that just didn't seem to be relevant as much as some of the other things we probably needed to add, and it did need to be brought up to date with some of the current issues facing education leaders across the country. So I wanted to, since there's been quite a bit said about it, I'm gonna refer to the base document, but only refer to those things which I have included in this draft 2. And it there's the second major heading is called How We Govern. Board members agree to be fully prepared for the meetings by becoming familiar with materials provided by board docs prior to arrival, which is one of the reasons I think we need to have time to know what's on the agenda ahead of time, and that we can use this 3-part process to become cognizant of the issues that are about to be raised over the next several weeks or months. That has been, before I got here, the concept was that we as a board would be brought up to speed about a particular issue by the staff members, and find out what the status is on something like a budget or something, or the buses or the food service program, and we get a baseline information. And then based on that, if we decide that there's further action, then during work sessions and other meetings, we get together as a school board and we discuss it. So that's the reason why, and it was just with this school board that we started actually having work sessions, that those things could be discussed. So we have actually energized that system of being informed by the staff, having work sessions so that we can engage in joint discussions among ourselves, and then strive for consensus agreements in work and closed sessions. That's what the board norms stressed, consensus. And that's how we try to do business. We try to agree with one another. However, majority rule is the norm for our regular school board meetings, and we use Robert's rules. So that's why, for tonight, we do things differently than we do during the work sessions. And to that end, I reiterated Robert's Rules of Order, excuse me, and put in the time limits and the limitations on speakers, just as they are read in Robert's Rules, which includes members may not reserve time, nor may they yield their time to other members. And so that's a direct lift from Robert's Rules, because that's what governs us, and that's how we should promulgate what we do. In closed session, board members agree to maintain confidentiality regarding all matters discussed in closed session. As Mr. Vance has pointed out, in this lies a great deal of security for us, because the code, Virginia code, mentions over 50 different categories of things that we could discuss that are sensitive, and for which we need some degree of, if you will, defense to be able to say what we mean at those kind of meetings, when it has to do with personnel, when it has to do with attorneys, when it has to do with personnel sensitive information. And we perform a public trust by doing that. And so we must adhere to the concept that information shared in closed session will not be disclosed to any entity not privy to the meeting session. It protects us on the school board. It also protects those people of whom we're speaking about. And so the very concept of the privacy is key to the closed session. And to maintain that confidentiality, we have the right to ask that electronic devices not be used during the closed session. Nobody would ever suggest that we don't have access to our phones for emergency situations, that we can't still communicate with people. But it does create a very, very tough situation if, as I've heard members of the school board say, that they individually reserve the right to record and transmit, regardless of what the board says. Remember, and we often forget this, the school board members exercise no authority individually. We are a member of a corporate board of 6 people. And the majority decisions, or the consensus of that board, is what drives us and gives us authority. And so one person deciding that they are going to record or transmit or otherwise convey that information makes kind of a mockery of the whole system, and makes that one person kind of the one who's keeper of the flame, while the others who are maintaining the confidentiality are disadvantaged. So it is not, to me, that much of a, I don't feel that hamstrung at not being able to record or to have electronic devices there. And certainly, even last meeting, I think I showed Mr. Rickard when I was working on something that Tom was coming in later or something, I just wanted to show to him that I was getting updates when Tom was gonna come in. So I felt it was important to disclose other members that, I wasn't communicating with anybody else. I don't, yeah, we're all adults, but adults do crazy things. And that's why we have laws, not just for kids. I have brought forward multiple times over the last 14 months ways in which members of the school board can bring items to our attention to be on the agenda. I'll say it for the 10th time. I never turned down anybody on any issue yet, and so I have no idea why people feel disadvantaged in not being able to get. Do your policies always go to the head of line? No. And I have in times past, as chair with the superintendent, worked on those things we felt were most important, timely, relevant, and those are the things that I'm required as the chair to do by Virginia code. So it's spelled out very clearly in here, the various ways, and there's at least 3 different ways people can bring comments or agenda items forward. And they're spelled out, and I made them, I put them in different order just to make it more cogent, more flowing about how all the different ways that school board members can bring items before the chair and the vice chair and the superintendent for inclusion in a schedule by which these items will be discussed. I just went through things that haven't been changed. One addition that I have suggested is a section called Policy and Oversight. And it reads as follows. The core responsibilities of the school board relate to the development of policies and providing oversight of our school laws. Therefore, our core methodologies relate to deliberate planning and information analysis. We're charged by law to secure as full information as possible about the conduct of public schools. Our key objectives should be focused on reaching a clear understanding of the macro challenges facing our schools, as opposed to being more involved in day-to-day operations, which more properly are concerns of the superintendent. Therefore, it's a greater need for issues taken up by the school board to be comprehensive and thorough, and not driven by a desire for haste, except in extraordinary circumstances. When an agenda item is brought forward, which indicates that it might be an issue with policy ramifications, it should undergo an evaluation within the current set of policies. A potential policy agenda item will be passed to the policy committee to provide analysis and context regarding the Virginia Code and policies. The policy committee will work with the member requesting the agenda item in developing a recommendation for the item's disposition. Many of the, if not most, of the divisions in Virginia use their policy committee for exactly that. It takes the concepts that school board members would like to have considered as a potential policy and gives it some grounding and some research and a place to be considered. So what's that? Okay. I wanted to speak to the Freedom of Information Act request that Mr. Rickard spoke. The FOIA Council does not exempt school board members, anybody else in the educational realm from paying fees. There is a certain discount for those involved in education. I certainly think that anybody who wants to do that can pony up the money and pay for that, and use that FOIA format. However, you know, when we are looking at words like agenda and policy and people's first names and things like that, that takes an inordinate amount of staff time. It seems like if somebody wants to do that kind of fishing expedition, that they can follow the rules of the FOIA Council and actually pay. If the school board through a majority vote or consensus agrees to a specific FOIA request, then there should be no charge assessed. That's as it has been written here. The attorney hired by the school board. Members of the school board individually or collectively may request a legal opinion of the hired school board attorney relating to pertinent education issues. The query may be individually made, but the response of the attorney belongs to the entire school board, that is, the school board corporately. So if one person wants to ask our lawyer a question, that question is germane and is allowed, but the answer belongs to the full school board, not just the person who asked it. That is, and that is a principle that was laid down to us by the prior as well as our current lawyer. I don't think there's, you've been very patient with me. I think that's the basis of, but the final thing I want to say is my belief in the board norms is that it promotes a deliberate planning process for our school board, and not one that reacts to the hasty issues of the moment and allows for a fuller and a more comprehensive debate. That's sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Ricker, did you still want to make were you trying to make an amendment before you started talking?
Oh, I was going to amend that we move the Freedom of Information Act request. You know what? It's pointless because I know the vote's going to go through. I just want the members of the public, my constituents, to know the Freedom of the Information Act request works great as long as you're not the one being shed in the bad light because you're sharing information about the board or whatever, talking behind the scenes. So when the corporate body of the school board, 4 of us, votes together, then they can circumvent the whole FOIA fee process. So I just want my constituents to see. Also, the attorney hired by the school board. If we can all contact the attorney separately, and this has happened, where 2 board members don't see eye to eye, let's keep in mind, it's your taxpayer dollars every time one of us picks up the phone and calls the attorney, and then somebody else doesn't like the answer the attorney gave us all, and they pick up the phone and call the attorney, that attorney's fees are going up every time that attorney picks up the phone. So to me, we should have one of us contacting the attorney based on us coming up with the question or whatever. I mean, y'all are going to do what you want, so it doesn't matter to me.
Any other discussion?
Yes, and piggybacking on what Mr. Rickard said, we know how this is going to go, but I want to make sure that people know exactly what it is that we're voting on. And I hope that every school board member has actually read this and understand exactly what we're voting on beyond what Mr. Barlow talked about. But let me just talk a little bit about this. For example, I know at one point there's a part of it, and it was actually from the old one as well, where it says that the chair will continuously poll the members about what we're going to be putting in the agenda. Well, I can tell you, I can't remember the last time that Mr. Barlow actually did that. So even though it's in the rules right there, I think February or March of last year may have been the last time that this was done, which is part of the reason why it was so important for me as a board member to know, I have until, that Friday until the meeting before to add some kind of policy. Because just because we have actually written that in there doesn't mean that it's actually being followed. But more importantly, this is quite the Bible of rules that we have here before us. And one of the things that some of my biggest concerns are, if we talked about it, for example, in that policy and oversight, what we have here is that if a member has a policy that they want to bring forth, they have to bring it to the policy committee. Well, who's the policy committee? That's Mr. Barlow and Mr. Vance right now. And according to this rules that Mr. Barlow is actually proposing, the policy committee, maybe that should be some, so I'm not in any way accused of not reading it the right way. It says the policy committee, okay, a potential policy agenda item will be passed to the policy committee to provide analysis and context regarding the Virginia Code and policies. You know, I'm perfectly fine with that for the people who need to have somebody else do their research for them. I feel pretty confident that I can do my research and I can talk and I can do what Mr. Street did, that he called Richmond, and we can do a lot of that information ourselves. So usually when I have a policy that I consider and I propose, it's something that I've already done my research. So I don't need to have Mr. Barlow or Mr. Vance do the policy, the research for me, and I don't need anybody else to do it. In the times that I have needed, like for example the cell phone policy, that is something that we actually benefited from having the school board, the school administrators actually talking about this and talking to the principals. So we did that because that was actually appropriate. But when it comes to the laws, I feel pretty confident that I can do my own research. But what is important here is that it says that the policy committee will work with the member requesting the agenda item in developing a recommendation for the item's disposition. So that means that the policy committee gets to decide whether a member's policy is going to be put forth for consideration of the board or not. So whereas Mr. Barlow says that he's never going to stop anybody, I mean, I know there's been delays, and usually I fight pretty hard for the policies that I believe in. What we're putting here is that whether it's Mr. Barlow or somebody else in the future actually has the right to stop board members from actually putting policy forth. Because that's what we're saying right here, that whoever is in the policy committee can actually put a stop to that. The other thing is, like Mr. Rickert said, the idea of doing the legal analysis of what is written here is that every agenda item will usually benefit from a legal analysis from the school board attorney. Again, that's taxpayer money that we're going to be spending a lot of money on legal fees just to propose any kind of policy that we have. Now, the Freedom of Information Act request, that one is very interesting because let's just talk about it. The reason why, and Mr. Rickert is talking about that FOIA request, that was my FOIA request. And the reason I did this was because, for those who don't know the ins and outs of this board, transparency is not really the biggest name around here. And there's a lot of things that go on where I can tell you, Mr. Rickert and I are very frequently left out. So, for example, with regards to this INB policy that we have right now, I have received a call from Mr. Street back in February 6th regarding him wanting to change that policy that we had already passed unanimously. And I will talk about this a little more at the work session and also at our next meeting. But that was the first time I ever heard that they were trying to overturn the policy that we had just passed. Because let's just make it very clear, that amendment essentially nullifies the policy that we already passed. So when I asked Mr. Street, he told me that was his idea, that he was the one who had written it, and that was it. Well, come to find out later on that Mr. Street had not written that amendment. So I'm trying to find out, well, who wrote the amendment? And I asked Dr. Shepard, and nobody wanted to come forward and say who exactly had written it. Until finally, Mr. Gottschall said that it was him. He had written the amendment. Which I'm calling it an amendment, but we know it's not an amendment. But I asked him, well, did you do it by yourself? What kind of, feedback did you get? What policy were you modeling this after? And all I got was, I got some people to help me. That's all we have. Not a whole lot of transparency. So I'm trying to find out exactly who helped and who wrote this and who did that. I shouldn't have to be asking all these questions to find out what it is that board members are doing. I mean, this is just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous that I have to do this. So I asked Mr. Trojan, can I have some clarification on this? I need some emails about what is going on and who exactly did this or not. So that's when we decided, well, it's probably going to have to be a FOIA request. Come to find out, the FOIA request, that on January 31st, Mr. Gottschall actually sent his proposed amendment to Dr. Shepard. That's over a week before Mr. Street called me to tell me that he had this amendment. So again, this is the kind of thing that we're working on right now. You know, we have to kind of start calling and trying to find out who's doing what and what's the purpose behind it. And in fact, even that draft instruction policy that Mr. Gottschall sent on January 31st is different from the one that was ultimately introduced. So that kind of stuff should not be happening in a board that has transparency. The same thing that happened with the agenda setting. Again, all this time, because pretty much, let's be honest here, all the policies that we have has even been introduced by myself or by Mr. Rickard. Some of them are done in 1 month, some of them are in several months, but eventually they make it into the agenda, but it's a back and forth, having to fight for those items to be in the agenda. In October, we find out, well, no, you can't do it because the agenda setting meeting was in September. So again, it's a lack of transparency, that lack of, you know, even like today, you know, I thought that we were going to be talking about this policy, so I got ready for this policy because at the last meeting I had said, let's just do it at the next meeting, and this is the next meeting. Again, because there's no communication, there's no information. We don't know. Half the time I come in here and I have no idea what's going on, or what changes are going to be done, or what the members that are not Mr. Rigger and I have decided to do about this. So it is important for those of us who are in the dark with a lot of the stuff that's going on in the board, and I can bring up a whole lot more. Let me tell you, I have pages written of some of the stuff that have been happening behind closed doors, and I'd be more than willing to share that if we need to. I mean, if that's what the board wants to do, I'm more than happy to do it, because I have, like I said, 3 pages of stuff that's been going on in this board, where the lack of transparency, or the changes, or the trying, or not returning calls, or just making changes without telling us, has been happening for over a year. So yeah, I'm very concerned about these rules. The FOIA request, fine, I can afford it. But like Mr. Rickard said, we as members should not have to be doing a FOIA request to find out what is happening in our own board, what our fellow board members are doing. The whole idea of the electronic devices, every single member of this board, again, with the exception of probably Mr. Vance, is always texting or on their phones back there. The chairman more than most of the people, because I get to see him across from me. So I hardly ever, if ever, use my phone. Part of it because I can't even read it unless I have my phone and I have to look at it right there. So I'm not usually using my phone. Yet this request came immediately after I had my computer during a legal session with the legal counsel, where we were talking about statutes and laws. So I had my computer so I could look up the statutes and the case laws that she was actually mentioning and talking about. Because as a board member, not just a lawyer, but as a board member, I want to know when she tells me something, I want to be able to look it up and see what kind of informed and smart questions I can actually ask, and not just take her word for it or whatever the members are saying. So I had my computer, and immediately after that, the week after that, all of a sudden, we don't want any electronic devices on the closed session. What a coincidence again. So yeah, I'm getting tired of always being targeted every time that I do something that is completely fine, and it's actually what should be expected of a board member, and the following week we're going to get some kind of a policy or some kind of way of trying to curb my job, which is what I was elected to do. So just so you know, that's what the electronic devices are. It's not a concern over the text use or the phone use, because everybody else has been using them. And like Mr. Rickard said, one of his members actually was texting somebody in the public about a closed session. The same closed session that here in Mr. Barlow's is saying that we should not be discussing with everybody, any member from the outside. So yeah, so I have a few concerns about this. I know it's going to pass because that's what this board is going to do anyways, but I do want the public to know that, yeah, the reason why we are actually against this is because of the lack of transparency and of the targeting that has been happening and all the stuff that has been happening on this board, which is just absolutely regretful.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say I apologize. When you asked me who wrote it, I thought you meant like the way I did my internship and the way senators and congressmen, it's their ideal. It was my ideal, but they don't actually physically write it. That's what I thought. That was what I thought. So I apologize that you wanted to know who physically wrote it, I thought it was my thoughts. I didn't know that it was, that you wanted to be that detailed about it. So,
Well, I asked you, did you write this? I was very specific about it, but
no, I'm
that's
just
fine. I
explaining.
appreciate that.
I'm just explaining what I'm used to in life and what elected officials, they don't actually physically write it. It's their thoughts. That's all. I'm sorry. All right.
Well, let me respond to that. We each come up with ideas based on what we read, what we see, who we talk to, and we come up with different things that we think should be implemented. There are people here that tend to talk to each other all the time. I haven't gotten a return call from Gloria Carlinio in 14 months.
You haven't called me. What are you talking about?
I have called you
No,
and
you
I've
have not
got no
called me.
responses.
I can actually get
I'm
my
just
phone
going to
right
tell
now.
the truth now.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell the truth.
Please
I
do.
am.
That would
I
be
am.
great.
I have been accused twice up here tonight. Once upon a time, Mr. Rickard in closed session indicated that I had been giving information about closed session information. It turned out to be absolutely bogus. I had told somebody was going to come late to the meeting. I said, you'll be okay because we have 4 items we're talking about in personnel, closed session. I didn't mention anybody's name or any of those things. That came back to me through Mr. Rickard, and now it has become like legendary. And nothing happened. I'm not one of those people who uses the phone back there. You never see my phone back there.
I just saw you today. Yes, you were texting the whole time we were there when this Dr. Shepard was talking. You were on the phone the whole time. I even made a motion to Mr. Rickard to say, look at who's actually using the phone. What are you talking about?
That simply isn't true. So these things, so if Mr. Street has an idea for something that he wants to do and he wants to ask somebody else, how do I write this? He's right. He has the ability to go to anybody on this board or a friend of his or his wife or anybody else and come up with ideas that make sense to him. And he uses no apologies to anybody for who he sees and who he talks to. There's no shelf life on bad ideas or good ideas. And people can, and for you to be saying this is absolutely unbelievable.
How is that? Since you just made that accusation, why don't you just explain that right now, please? Can you please explain that?
Instead, I get this. I've been incredibly transparent. Incredibly transparent. And you can shake your head all you want. I wanted to make a couple points there. One is the policy committee. I'm not the chairman of the policy committee, just advances. And regardless of who's on it, this board needs to take the committee assignments seriously, including personnel, and trust each other. And not say, oh, they've got it, I'm not doing business with it. If you had heard what you said before, the policy committee doesn't determine the disposition. It makes a recommendation for the disposition. That recommendation will be done in consultation with the superintendent, with the other members of the board, so that we can figure out the best way forward. So I think these charges of not transparency are ludicrous, and I find them personally insulting. But that's all I have to say.
All right, so we are going to get ready here and vote. Vote. Ms. Jack, could you read the motion?
I move to adopt the Shenandoah County School Board Norms Draft 2 as presented. Motion made by Mr. Street, seconded by Mr. Vance.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinia?
No.
Mr. Vance?
Yes.
Mr. Rickard?
No.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes. Version 2 passes 4-2. Mr. Barlow, turn it back over to you.
Action 5.3 is a request for reappropriation of prior year's federal reimbursable balances. You heard the information earlier. Do I have a motion to approve the request for reappropriation?
Move to approve the request for reappropriation of prior year's federal reimbursement balances as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? If not, roll call vote. Cheryl?
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinia?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Mr. Vance?
Yes.
Mr. Ricker?
Yes.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes. The final action item, 5.4 personnel. The superintendent recommended the personnel actions outlined on the list be approved. Do I have a motion to approve that personnel list?
So move.
Mr. Vance, it's a motion. Second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Street. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0. And it is time for the superintendent's monthly report.
Thank you. It was wonderful to see so many students and families participate in the College and Career Scholarship Fair held at Central High School. We want to thank Shenandoah County Chamber of Commerce for helping to put on this great event for our students and all of our high school guidance counselors and community groups that provided valuable information about scholarships, career opportunities, answered questions, and even conducted mock interviews for our students. This year we had some outstanding swimming performances. The Central Boys Swimming Team placed 3rd overall in the VHSL Class 1 and 2 Swimming Championships, behind the 2nd place finish by the 200 freestyle relay team of Grayson Dawson, Brady Hecker, Bruce Mitchell, and Elliott Arts. In Strasburg, Emily Davis won a pair of state titles in the 200 individual medley and the 100 butterfly. We want to also congratulate the Strasburg Junior Hudson Conrad for the state wrestling championship, which capped off a perfect season on the mat where he went 34-0 with 27 pins. Northport Middle School, 7th grader Jalen Price was our top local finisher at the Rockingham District Ruetan Spelling Bee. She placed in the top 5 overall. Peter Muhlenberg Middle School held a Hoops for Heart fundraiser, collecting donations and holding a series of grade level students and staff basketball games over 2 days that were enjoyed by the participants and the fans. Overall, they raised over $1,000 for the American Heart Association. I would like to congratulate the Central High School FFA NEAT evaluation team on winning the state contest and earning the right to represent Virginia at the National FFA Convention. I mentioned this earlier, Strasburg High School opens our spring musical schedule with a 3-night performance of Fiddler on the Roof. We got a sneak peek last week and they have put a lot of work into this production. Looking forward to their performances this weekend. We also held our annual Moore Grant Banquet last Wednesday at Triplet Tech. It's always one of my favorite nights of the year. We not only get to celebrate this year's 9 Moore Grant recipients who received a total of $188,565, but we also get to hear how the recipients from last year have done with their Moore grants. To date, 235 grants totaling $2,454,407.73 have been awarded by the Moore Educational Trust. Congratulations to the Central High School basketball team on winning the Bull Run District title. The Falcons went to reach the Class 2 Region B championship game and the state quarterfinals. And then also congratulations to Stonewall Jackson Winter Guard team on placing 3rd in the KIDA competition in Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. Happy to answer any questions.
I guess there are no questions. Thank you. So, 7.1, board member comments. Who wants to kick it off?
I guess I will. I'd like to extend my condolences to a pillar of our community in Strasburg, Jimbo Stout. He served our community well. He coached my kids. I got to coach alongside him. All I can say is if you didn't know him, you didn't know him. But so many did, and he made such an impact. I would love to leave the legacy that man has left. It was all about the kids of Strasburg, and it extended past there. I mean, Central, Mount Jackson. He had a bark about him, but he had a love for each and every kid that he coached. And I would like to make a formal request. I know I emailed you guys, but I would like to name the field at Signal Knob after him. If I need to get letters of support, I can do that. But I would like to do something to honor the man, his family, how much time he's got invested in all the kids over the past 34, 35 years. Not only did he coach football, but he coached basketball with Parks and Rec. You just had to know the man. He was quite incredible. He devoted so much time to the kids, to the coaching staff. All I can say is my condolences to the family. Thank you.
I had prepared a PSA on the musical at Strasburg High School, but someone at the other end of the table's already done that for me. I'll just remind you that tomorrow at 7, Saturday at 7, and Sunday at 3 o'clock, and hope to see you and your family there.
Me? Okay. Well, I just try to get along with everybody. Mr. Hines, you get the award, I guess. Thank you for hanging in there. Mr. Bowman, thanks for keeping us straight. Keep it up. Hope you enjoy that Virginia maple syrup. Just want to, I'll back up Jimbo Stout. Definitely a great reputation, no doubt about it. Did back up what Mike said about him, and he did have a bark, no doubt about it. You could hear it all the way. Just want to point out real quick, congratulations Central Basketball, like Dr. Shepard pointed out. A few things real quick. I want to thank Dr. Shepard, that was in the budget. It kind of bothered me because an employee brought something to our attention that wasn't right. And it's not about what the pay is, it's just about right or wrong. And basically, bottom line, bringing to our attention that I've never heard, and I represent the hourly paid employee ever since jobs in colleges, just like everybody in this room. And I've never heard of a system where this is what you get paid an hour, but after the 5th hour, we're going to pay you less per an hour. So nobody in this room wrote that up. Not blaming anybody in this room. That's something in the past, but I just will simply say that I'm slightly disappointed that that was designed in a school system where we're supposed to treat each other with respect and fair. That's something that a greedy corporation would do in life. So I want to give credit to Dr. Shepard for making a wrong right and just under good faith and being fair, which I highly support and adamant about. Sorry, it's just the way I was raised. Also, congratulations to her and her staff. I hope employees talk about we made a wrong right. Kudos to her and her staff for working on the health insurance. I'm proud that Shenandoah County Public Schools and I hope the employees really appreciate reducing basically our health insurance. They've been working hard and basically an example, I'm proud to say that an employee plus family has been basically cutting 50%, roughly over $600. So that's a good job for Dr. Shepard and the staff for working on that. She mentioned Triplet Tech. A lot of great things going on there, and we met there, and also along with all the good things there, I know that you forgot to add in that Mrs. Page with the meal. Fabulous. The kids make a fabulous meal there, so that's also a good thing about it. all with the other good stuff. Basically, that's it. I just want to point out to the public real quick. You're going to hear that I said the exact same thing probably a year ago. And how do I say this real briefly? When you get a front row seat of doing the budget and the financial part, it's a different view. It's an eye-opener. And I still come back to, I just don't know how to make the numbers work. And I'm not, don't take this the wrong way, but it's frustrating because I came up with 2 ideas that I worked with Mr. Dennis Morris on and the other board of supervisors. And, you know, you think you got a way of generating revenue because, hey, the last thing we want to do is touch the taxpayers. We don't want to do that. But, you know, we had 2 ideas. Both of them got knocked down because, you know, we're told by Richmond we can't do that. So it's just frustrating because we'll come up with ideas. How can we generate revenue? And then at the end, you're working on it and it gets squashed. So my point is to the taxpayers, I feel I feel for the board of supervisors because they're under a lot of stress because they're trying to figure out how to make this work with all the departments in the county. If you have any ideas, feel free to contact your board of supervisor. They'll be more than willing to listen to you. So, you know, I guess what I'm saying is I feel for them. They're under a lot of challenges. If you got an idea, reach out to them. They're doing the best they can do with what they have. So, anyway, that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mrs. Carlivio?
You can go first.
A lot of good things going on with the schools, getting the budget first step, and then seeing how much we get from the board of supervisors, and then going from there, making the best out of what they give us. So a lot of good things going on with the school system. Busy time of the year coming up with all the different events. A lot of good opportunities like last month for us to be involved and visit the schools. So looking forward to that.
Mrs. Carlini?
I don't think I have anything for now.
I'm sorry?
I don't have anything for now. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
I have nothing either. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
We move to adjourn at 10:23.
10:23. Thank you for that. Second?
Second.
Mr. Ricker, thank you all. In favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None?